Happy Wood Memorial Week. We kick it off at Aqueduct Racetrack today in South Ozone Park. And in today's feature, we'll see if Tonal Impact can get back to the winner's circle. A horse that's been remarkably consistent. A six-time winner, has been in the money in his last 8 starts. But perhaps standing in his way could be the lightly raced Celestial Moon, who looks for his 3rd straight win. Has been very impressive since switching to the main track. And on Saturday, the Grade 2 Wood Memorial, the marquee event of Aqueduct's spring meet. We'll see if Hit Show can keep that good run going, as he won the Withers last time out, but we'll have to deal with the outside post. 2013 Wood Memorial winner Verrazano on display at Aqueduct Racetrack. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Getting a good shot at the turf course here at Aqueduct Racetrack, as turf will be back in action tomorrow on Friday. And with turf racing means I'm also back. Acacia Clement, your host here. Happy to be back full-time with the team, with America's Day at the Races, and of course coming up with that Wood Memorial this weekend. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz as we march closer and closer to the first Saturday in May and the Kentucky Derby. Pleased to welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Little reunion for us, Andy. It's been a while.
I know. We were just talking about it. We've seen you a little bit, so it doesn't feel as tough as it would have been if you were away for 4 months, and now I figured it out. You only come when there's turf racing.
Obviously.
That's what it really is.
That's
it's the turf. You're only here
yeah.
for the turf racing. Now I get it. Great to have you back.
It all comes together now. We're excited to have turf racing back in action tomorrow. No turf races on the card today. Looks like the rain will hold out till after the races now, as far as what the forecast is looking like. And today's featured in the 7th race. We're going 1 1/8 miles on the main track. And just like his Belmont Stakes winning sire, Tonal Impact loves a good distance of ground. He's 2 for 2 at the distance, Andy. And he will cut back a little bit from the 1 3/8 miles he was trying last time out. We're taking a look at his race back in January.
Yeah. I picked this race up because both he and Neo were in here, and they finished 2nd and 3rd. And it was a race where the winner, Gasoline, had everything go his own way. And both Tonal Impact and Neo were forced to move earlier than is the benefit of either one of them. While Neo came back to win in a 1-turn fast-paced race that collapsed, which really suited him. I don't know if the 2-turn race is in his wheelhouse as much. And as far as Tonal Impact, distance is not a problem. And last time out, somewhat of a disappointing effort, a short price. It was one of these things where I think Kendrick Carmouche gave him this very good ride that turned out to be the wrong ride. Because he's probably a horse that was a little closer than he wants to be. I don't blame Kendrick at all. I think Kendrick he got him the rail, he was doing the right things, getting him into position. But sometimes the best intentions and the best rides turned out to not be the ride that benefits a horse the most. And he may just have been a bit of a victim of circumstance. I think the competition gets much sterner. Part of it because Todd Fletcher is represented by 2 runners,
including Command Performance, who was kind of the buzz 2-year-old of the year back when he ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We'll see if he can get back on track today, too. We'll take a look at what else is on tap this afternoon. Today's races, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We have the late pick 5 kicking off in race number 4, and that allowance feature in the 7th. We were just discussing a fast main track today for Aqueduct's card. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. It's Wood Memorial Week, and we have a lot to look forward to this weekend. The Grade 2 Wood Memorial with some important Kentucky Derby points on the line. And what do you know? Brad Cox has a big chance. Hit Show, the Withers winner, back for more on Saturday.
Caraconte has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Mo Donegal comes on through down on the inside to grab second. It is Early Voting in front. A challenge here from Mo Donegal. Early Voting trying to hold on with a 16th to the finish. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and Early Voting, and it is Mo Donegal.
2022 Wood Memorial with Mo Donegal, eventual Belmont Stakes winner. Beating Early Voting, does he sound familiar? That's because he won the Preakness that year too. What a year for the Wood Memorial, Andy.
It's a race that has a very storied history going back as more and more preps became more popular and they condensed them as well. It made it harder and harder for any final prep to become the most important race any year, and it really comes down to the horses were in it. Now last year, while they didn't have a massive effect in the Derby, Mo Donegal was an ineffectual 4th or 5th. Early Voting passed to run the Preakness. They won 2 of the 3 legs of the Triple Crown. I think by any estimation, that makes for a strong prep.
I would certainly say so. Mo Donegal winning the Wood Memorial last year for trainer Todd Pletcher. And we'll see if he can pick up another one this year with 3 runners coming up on Saturday in the Wood Memorial. And Todd Pletcher certainly knows how to win this race.
He does, and without Jerry Crawford and Donegal stable in the race, we won't have quite as many people in the winner's circle, though you never really know how it
They
could
just
turn
kept
out.
coming.
But Todd obviously has had great success here, and the one who was really the best of all of them was Escandare, and unfortunately got hurt and never ran again. And I think most of us feel that he was a pretty likely Triple Crown winner that year, frankly. He was a remarkably talented horse who unfortunately got injured and never ran again. But his Fountain of Youth and Wood Memorials were devastating.
Has turned out to be a pretty influential sire, as well as have quite a few horses that Todd Pletcher has trained over the years.
His biggest mark, as much success as he's had on the racetrack, his mark as a stallion maker is incredible.
Truly unbelievable to follow, and we'll see if there are maybe some future stallions or future stars in this year's Wood Memorial. Todd Pletcher running 3, including Classic Catch, as we'll take a look at him winning last time out at Gulfstream. This is a horse that will be stepping into Stakes Company for the first time. This horse, a son of Classic Empire, 2 wins out of his 4 starts.
Like the favorite, the post position draw was not favorable to him. He drew post 11 with the 6 scratching, clear the air. He'll move into post number 10, assuming no other scratches. He was okay last time. He'd have to take another step forward and overcome an outside post to get it done. When you think that others may be helped by Hit Show drawing the outside post, Classic Catch doesn't get that benefit, really drawing close to him. Probably needs a little more, but he's far from without a chance.
Our America's Best Racing race of the week is the Grade 2 Wood Memorial, 1 1/8 miles on the main track. Classic Catch. You see from post 11, he's 10-1 on the morning line, win of 3 for Todd Pletcher, who already has 3 major players going into the Kentucky Derby, including Forte, who tops the leaderboard with points right now. But taking a look at the 2 horses, I should say the top 2 at least, coming out of the Withers, including Hit Show. Brad Cox, another one who is loaded going into the Kentucky Derby. Hit Show will have to overcome the outside post, will be in post 12, as you mentioned, but a dominant victor of the Withers last time out.
Yeah, and based strictly on his Withers, where he easily dominated Arctic Arrogance, who runs well every time he hits the racetrack, as well as General Banker, makes him the horse to beat in this race. How much the outside post is going to affect him remains to be seen. What kind of position Manny Franco can get early with him into that first turn will have a lot to do with how he finishes. I trust Manny Franco to get good position. I'm certainly not against this horse. He's the one to beat, as Brad Cox has certainly had a magic touch during this Triple Crown chase. We saw what he did at Oakland last weekend. You have to have the horses to get there, but Brad knows how to get him there. Nothing against Hit Show. He is the horse to beat, post or not.
And Arctic Arrogance, who finished second that day, they considered going to the Bayshore with a cutback in distance for him, but opting to continue on and try the Wood this weekend with the blinkers coming off. That New York bred for Chester and Mary Broman. But as you mentioned, Andy, Brad Cox and his Kentucky Derby hopefuls, not to mention the Kentucky Oaks with the likes of Wet Paint, who has just been dominant in that division. Here are his 5 horses who could be moving on to the Kentucky Derby.
Well, along with Verifying, who will vie for favoritism in the Bluegrass with Tapit Trice. Yep. So he may be very close to the top of that list. Angel of Empire obviously ran very well last week and has to be considered a contender. We'll see what Hit Show does. Instant Coffee was a bit exposed last time. Jace's Road, probably not good enough. More forward. Slip Mahoney's going to have to improve. We'll see what he does in the Wood. Verifying also very much in that picture, depending on what he does Saturday, depending on how far he wants to go.
A lot can happen this weekend as far as the Kentucky Derby picture is concerned, and you can Follow along with all of the exciting action and watch the Wood Memorial with all of us. The Wood Memorial on Fox, on Big Fox, on Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're really excited for the opportunity and get a chance to showcase the marquee race of this meet. And Andy, as you mentioned, one with a lot of history here in New York.
Oh, it's had so much history. The first Wood Memorial I came to was in 1976 when Bold Forbes won. I don't know if your parents had even met in 1976 when I was here at Aqueduct with my grandmother. Bold Forbes went on to upset Honest Pleasure, was 2-5 in the Kentucky Derby. The year before it, Foolish Pleasure won from post 15. He was the 1-2 favorite, breaking from post 15, and he got it done. Seattle Slew won this race. Easy Goer won this race. Unbridled Song won this race, and there have been many, many others. A really great historic race.
Can't wait for Saturday with the Wood Memorial. We have some live racing today to get to, though, on this Thursday card. About to kick off race number 1 at the Big A. New York Reds in the spotlight. We're going a mile on the main track in this meet and claiming for $25,000. Your even money favorite to the outside right now is Katie Cakes for Rob Falcone, coming off of 2 distant place second finishes.
From a speed figure standpoint, Katie Cakes lays over this field and is a fairly likely winner in here. Rob Falcone had a nice little run last week. In a 2-day period, he had 3 wins in a second, or maybe a third, one of them. Very live, all ran well. Katie Cakes is kind of horse a little tough to take at a short price. I'm going to try to beat her with Midnight Rosie, but I have no illusions.
And here she is, Midnight Rosie, getting blinkers on, a horse that doesn't have a lot of early foot.
I think she'll benefit from getting back to Dylan Davis in this race, and we'll see if the mile helps her out as well. Somewhat of a tepid ride last time in the stretch.
Never really looked comfortable in that race either. Here's the number 2, Glucamora.
A horse who would have to improve immeasurably. He goes out second time and drops down for Peter Walder, so I thought a little bit interesting.
Trevor McCarthy going to be aboard. Here's the number 3, Sarah's Pride.
Sarah's Pride, even in this field, for Randy Persaud, who wins with illogical horses, and that's probably the best thing that she has going for her.
We'll see if maybe she finds the right spot to get the job done today. She's 10-1 on the board. Next will be a horse that we haven't seen since September. Here's Franca.
Yeah, we'll try the turf first time out. We saw Frank Conversation actually win recently. There's not much pedigree to speak of, and that's probably being kind, getting bet because of Rob Atras, the trainer.
Turf to dirt as well. Here's the number 5, Spatial Reality, second-time starter.
The best thing that she has going for her. She's only run once. She hasn't proven to us that she can't compete. Not impossible for Jimmy Ryerson. I think an overlay at 9-1 is the money is really coming in at the 4. I wonder if there's a story or it's Atras money.
Could be. Very interesting, too. Is that one 7-2. But here's your favorite, Katie Cakes to the outside.
And she's just faster than these horses, so I won't be surprised if she's the winner here. Sometimes you try to be cute, and I'm trying to be somewhat cute and beating her with a second choice. And she just may have found her friends today.
She's 6-5 right now on the board. Early pick 5. Kicking off here as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori here with us. Richie, I'm sure that you are enjoying some of the warmer weather we're having today at Aqueduct.
Yeah, it's really gotten warm, and it's actually a bit humid. So if you see horses sweating up a bit today, that's a good sign. You don't want a horse too dry on a day when the weather has turned so dramatically. I mean, it really feels like a summer day today. Looking at these horses, there are 3 from a physical perspective of the 6 that just stood out in the paddock, beginning with the one, Midnight Rosie. Makes a lot of sense. Did have some trouble, although I think maybe she creates a bit of her own trouble. Watching her go off, she doesn't look as strong behind as you like to see some horses. She makes a lot of sense. I think she's the most likely alternative to the 6, Katie Cakes. But sometimes when you see horses don't break particularly well or they don't accelerate to spots and get themselves in trouble, our tendency is to blame the riders immediately. But sometimes just horses can't get the power generated from their hind end to make the spots. You can see the spot, you just can't quite get there as quick as you need to. But Midnight Rosie does look good from a physical perspective. The 4, Franca, who is the horse I'm going to pick, gets a complete makeover, right? She started on the turf last fall. She gets blinkers, Lasix, 7-pound apprentice, so she's getting a break in the weights. I think that I want a stranger, and for me, this is the stranger that kind of makes some sense. And from a physical perspective, I really like what I'm seeing from her. Maddie Oliver has worked her, and according to Rob Atras, she had worked well for Maddie. So it'll be interesting to see if all of these changes help her improve, which she'll need to, as anybody in this race will, to handle the 6, Katie Cakes. Boy, Katie Cakes carries a lot of weight, gets a great post. Jaime Torres has just really impressed me. I like everything I see from this young man. Like the way he finishes on horses, the outside draw. But at 4-5 for a horse that has, albeit 2 seconds in a row, but well-beaten seconds, I'm going to take a little bit of a swing with the 4. but no surprise when she wins.
Fair enough, Richie. The betting public thinks the same. Thank you, Katie Cakes, to the outside. And she did take a big step forward with getting that mile distance, plus the addition of the blinkers. She's run fast races. I guess, as you said, Andy, the question is she just overall fast enough to actually get the win?
Well, now somebody just dropped her down from 4 to 5 to 1 to 5, which is obviously preposterous. She shouldn't be that low a price. But the reality is, from a speed figure standpoint, she's running speed figures in this race that make her 6 to 8 lengths faster than the other horses. So you could say, well, she regressed. Well, Rob Falcone, horse, has been running well, and he's like a lot of trainers. You get a little streaky. Rob does well in general, but he's been on a decent run. So I don't see any reason not to expect her to show up today. So spatial reality in her second start. Can she improve the 9.5 lengths she finished behind her first time out? That's a pretty big ask. Midnight Rosie, can she improve stretching out the needed 7, 8 lengths she may need to improve? Well, she'd have some trouble. She does get an improved rider, Dylan Davis. I think she's the most logical alternative, and the prices already benefit from the big money the 6 just took. I don't get the 6. I think the 6 is being, the 4, I'm sorry, Frank, is being 100% bet because of Rob Atras, which I get to a certain extent because he's had a huge winter while you were down in the warmth and the rest of us were freezing up here in the cold and the dark, and you were at the beach sunning every day. I'm kidding, Acacia. Acacia works no matter what she's doing. She's currently working on her backgammon game in case anybody's interested.
My family is very competitive.
Shocking.
I cannot make a fool of myself.
Shocking that the Clements are a competitive family. I tell you, that really blew me away, Acacia. I'm gonna, you and I are gonna play some backgammon, and these are gonna get, and we're gonna dominate. You and I will be a team. We'll play chouettes and we'll crush them. Okay.
I like that.
I guarantee by summer's end we'll have them crying. About something other than taking tough beats. But anyway, so it's good to have you back.
We digress.
The Rob Atras barn has been very hot. And listen, you could do a lot worse to have just been picking every Rob Atras horse over the last few months. This horse has 0 pedigree. I mean, I'm not looking to knock Frank conversation, but on the dam side, a crypto clearance mare, it's just, I'm sure you looked it up.
Yeah.
I mean, they ran that on his first time the turf. Rob is
more dirt on the bottom.
It's more dirt, but only because the turf is so hopeless.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, why would Rob run this horse on? If it was a trainer switch to Rob,
right? But
he ran this horse on turf. Rob is exceptional with first-time starters, and it's not even necessarily winning. His first-timers are ready.
Right.
This horse was so bad, he said, "I'm going to run on the turf." Horse did absolutely no running on opening day here of the initial Belmont at the Big A meet, and now he's trying the dirt. Listen, it's Rob. I get it. Maybe I'm saying you should take a horse of 6 to 1 in this field, but I think there's a very good chance this horse cannot run at all.
Richie's still with us. Richie, any final thoughts here on this opener?
Well, not on the opener, but just so people know what a diehard racing fan Andy is, if they didn't know already. I get texts from him on a dark day who is a half co-host, which turned out to be Cintillo. And since he brought up the Wood Memorial and Foolish Pleasure winning from Post 15, I'm sure you know who is second, right, Andy?
Yeah, Bombay Duck.
Bombay Duck. That's I knew it. I just was testing.
Richie, I text you because you actually Acacia is like sort of a younger version of us, and that she loves this stuff as much as we do. And I know I can text you about any insane, obscure thing, and there's a good chance that if there are 3 people on Earth that know it, I'm one of them. You're one of the other ones.
Well, anything insane certainly fits the bill with me.
I feel like I have 2 walking encyclopedias with me at all times.
Let me tell you something. You can hold your own with anybody. Your biggest fan just checked in, by the way, the real cousin Andrew, in an airplane watching, welcoming
Andrew.
you back as well.
We appreciate that. Look forward to seeing cousin Andrew back at the racetrack soon.
Horse and human.
Horse and human. 2 to 5 on your favorite in the opener, Katie Cakes. By the way, speaking of namesakes, did you see Mr. Connecticut started
He's now going to be a jumper.
Jumping career?
Did he run?
He did.
How did he do?
He was not in the top 3.
Really?
Yeah. But you know what? When you go become a steeplechase horse, you start from the beginning. So he's still a maiden. So he has some time.
How's his backgammon game?
You know what? The real Mr. Connecticut is very strong.
Named for Acacia's husband, in case you don't know, is a sort of an in-joke. And poor Mr. Connecticut looked like he was going to be okay to start out.
Yeah. And then he had to be gelded.
Doesn't always work out that way. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm eager to hear about his steeplechase career. I'm excited of how much Three Diamonds and Kirk Wyckoff and his son Jordan have been getting involved in the jump game. Yeah.
Well, I hope
huge.
I get to go back to Far Hills this year as far as, us getting a chance to cover some of the big steeplechase races. I had the most fun on that day of racing. I think it was really, really enjoyable to get to learn a little bit more about that world.
It's one of the things that I've loved since I was a kid about Saratoga and the jump races, and I don't know anything about them to a certain extent, like I do, but I really enjoy them, and I enjoy the history, and it's a big part of Saratoga, the tradition of jump racing, and it's a whole different group of people that come up with their horses, and I think it's an important part of our races, and I'm glad to see it continues through the years.
Getting ready to kick off the Thursday card at the Big A, race 1 at Aqueduct. Horses loading in your favorite 1 to 2 to the outside, a very short price on that filly by Palace. Let's see if today is her graduation day. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Favored Katie Cakes to the outside. Katie Cakes goes in. All set. And they're off. Good breakdown towards the inside from Glaucomora. Asked for speed, so is Midnight Rosie, and they fly early as they get set to come out of the chute. Spatial Reality is up on the outside. We'll join them. 3 across the racetrack, and Katie Cakes is going to track in 4th. Midnight Rosie backed off of that tempo. Dylan Davis did not want to get up with those leaders. Now gets back to 4th. Is going to save some ground here in behind those leaders. Second to last is Sarah's Pride, and the trailer is Franca. Now 2 across the racetrack at Spatial Reality with a nose in front of Katie Cakes, well out into the center of the racetrack. Losing some ground was Glaucomora. Now Midnight Rosie is now re-emerging, is about to challenge for 3rd, is up on the outside in the 2 path. Still second to last is Sarah's Pride, and Franca is the trailer. 23 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. To the inside, it's Spatial Reality. To the outside, it's Katie Cakes. And here comes the favorite at 1 to 2. Katie Cakes is ready to challenge and now takes the lead. Spatial Reality is not going anywhere. Is going right with this favorite. And Midnight Rosie is in 3rd. Is tracking right in behind them. Losing ground was Glaucomora from the back. Franca's trying to rally on. Is 7 lengths back there with Sarah's Pride. It's Katie Cakes who's taking the lead. 47 and 4 for that half-mile time. Midnight Rosie is now off the rail and getting shuffled back there with Spatial Reality is back to 3rd. Katie Cakes and an oncoming Midnight Rosie is up on the outside as they reach the top of the stretch. Katie Cakes is the favorites. Gotta find more. Midnight Rosie is in full pursuit, and now Midnight Rosie has taken the front. It's Midnight Rosie who's now up by a nose. Katie Cakes is trying to come back to the inside for a final furlong. Midnight Rosie, Katie Cakes, a late run here from Franca from way back. A 16th to go. The battle continues. Midnight Rosie is trying to put away Katie Cakes, who comes back for more. It's Midnight Rosie, Katie Cakes down to the wire. Photo finish. Midnight Rosie looked like a nose to Katie Cakes. It's a tight photo. Then came Spatial Reality with Franca in 1 minute 43.69 seconds.
They made it exciting. Midnight Rosie and Katie Cakes. It looked at one point, Andy, like Katie Cakes was coming back inside, and then I think Midnight Rosie got her nose down in time, right at the wire.
It does feel like Midnight Rosie got it done. I really think that Katie Cakes was energized when you announced the stretch. I said to you, I don't know, and you said, no, she's got her.
I think she heard me, and she said, oh yeah, you think?
She came back on down towards the inside. It turned out to be a good battle between these two horses, and horses like Katie Cakes, they just find ways to lose. It was very, very close. We'll show you that slow-mo, though, as they come to the wire here. And it does feel like the one kind of lost the bob, but I think she was far enough in front that it didn't matter that much,
I think so. And there's an inquiry posted, too, between the 6 and the 1 as far as what happened there. From our vantage point, I couldn't see anything. I did see, though, that the number 1, Midnight Rosie, was hanging on her left lead, and so I wonder if that caused her to lean into Katie Cakes in the stretch. But do note that there's an inquiry, so
hopefully we'll get the head on when those films come up. Our crack staff. Yeah, I once again, I can't. Without seeing a head-on, there's no way of knowing. I mean, they are farther apart here,
right? But
that doesn't mean that the one did anything wrong.
Well, sometimes you will see riders kind of bring their mount closer to almost kind of energize them a little bit, as you saw Dylan Davis kind of do right there to get them another win. And then at one point, she's going to flip back to her left lead right there, and maybe she lugged in a little bit. At that point, that's just a guess from what I could see.
Nobody stopped riding, and I would also argue that Katie Cakes came out a little top of the stretch. Let's hear from Richie, who's a little well-versed in these situations.
I think, if anything, the inquiries focus on what happened late, not so much at the top of the stretch. And I know that a lot of riders like to bring their horses closer to a horse down on the inside when they've got about a half a length or a neck lead. But I think, if anything, that sometimes emboldens the inside horse. All the horses are tied by the 8th pole. I would think stay away from them. Think all the old fight films when a guy's got the fight won on points and his trainer's yelling, and just stay away from him. Don't give him a chance to throw a knockout punch at you. And I think it's always a mistake when riders try to guide their horses closer to the horse that's trying to re-rally to them in a situation like this.
I'm so glad to hear Richie say that, because I'm not a rider. Richie's a rider, and I always feel it's dumb. The number 1 was going by the 6.
Yeah.
The 1 wasn't the one that you had an issue with. It was the 6, and it's almost like by going down there, it's like they almost do it by rote. They just sort of always do that. Why?
Yeah. Right here, you see Dylan Davis with a right hand urging.
Left hand on Torres, who's come off the rail a little bit.
And then right here, you'll see she actually, the 1 in the red silks, bumps the 6 a little bit, and that's when she switches to her left inside lead. And that's what caused her to swap her leads, leading with the left foreleg, where at that point in the stretch of the race, she should have been on the right, which she was. She did everything correct. Midnight Rosie, the number 1, bumping into the 6 caused her to swap to the left lead, as she did cause contact in that stage of the race.
I bet a cold double, and I singled the 1. I think the horse should come down. I believe this horse should come down.
Let's go back to Richie.
Hey guys, getting a chance to watch the head-on. Keep an eye on Dylan Davis with the white blinkers on the outside. Watch his inside hand when he starts to change his hold on the left rein. Basically, in essence, what he's doing is guiding his horse down towards the runner-up, Katie Cakes. And to me, that is what would warrant a disqualification, because it was definitely a premeditated, thought-out action by him that caused his horse to go into the re-rallying rival to his inside.
And it's actually easy to see. Richie makes a great point with Midnight Rosie, because she has those white reins that Jeffrey Engelhardt always uses. And you can see how it's loose on the left side as he is urging. Remember, jockeys don't have the use of their legs for guidance. And you can see the white rein of the outside horse where he urges her in closer to the 6, Katie Cakes.
Well, that's really good stuff. If we can get Richie back on, I actually have a question for Richie. I feel as though this kind of riding didn't exist anywhere near as frequently as when Richie was riding. You go back 10, 20, 30 years. I feel like 20 years or so ago, people didn't do this. They didn't go to do this. And I'm very curious if Richie feels the same way, because now it seems to happen in every race.
Well, I agree 100%. It wasn't as free that way for 2 reasons, Andy. One, the stewards would take immediate action, and not only would you get disqualified, which upsets your connections and everybody involved, but you would definitely get suspended. And back then, it wasn't 3-day suspensions, 5 days. They were 7-day suspensions. That's a lot of time on the ground, particularly when you're racing 6 days a week. And then, frankly, jockeys room policed each other much better than they do now. And if Guy pulled that stuff, not only would he have to face the stewards, he's going to have to face an angry rider when he goes back to the room.
Yeah, I don't believe it's beneficial, what's going on here. And I love the fact that Richie pointed out, because he's a rider and he has that rider's perspective. I don't understand. It seemed like the 1 had no problem just going by the 6. Why drift down in there to see her? She was going by. It's only helping the horse you've passed at that point. I like, you can see Torres kind of wants to drift a little bit. He's got the left stick. That's fine, because he's the one who's passed. I really feel as though this is one that Dylan really blew it, and I think he should concentrate on riding and not concentrate on this kind of nonsense. He's too good a rider for this kind of nonsense.
And the question that the stewards ask, too, when there is an opportunity to potentially have a disqualification is, did it cost the other horse a better finish? And with as close as it was coming down to the wire, that does not bode well for Midnight Rosie and Dylan Davis either.
I completely agree with you. And I want Midnight Rosie to stay up. But I don't believe that she should stay up. And I think there is a very fair argument the 6 would have won the race, because it felt like the 6 was coming back on, and there's very possible that this late bump and the late tightness, I just don't like this stuff. Frankly, it's a little bit dangerous.
Right.
Forgetting about everything else. I mean, look what he's doing down there. It's like, what are you doing, Dylan? To what end is that? It didn't help your horse, and it just, I think there's too many riders these days are too conscious of everything else around them, outside them and inside them, instead of just riding straight. Sometimes I think if they just rode straight, they'd be better off.
Richie always says, get your position going forward, and that could be good advice for many in the jocks room as the inquiry and objection still listed. I would agree. Let's go back to Richie for more.
Yeah, guys, and again, I think late in the game, you're better off just going forward. Keep your momentum going forward. Don't shift your horse's weight inside or outside. It's slowing you down in essence. And I will say this, having experienced this obviously throughout my career, when you're the one that finished first and the number's blinking, this weight is just excruciating. And then when you're the one that was second and it continues to blink, you start feeling more and more hopeful. But it is a bad feeling, whether it's a maiden 25 or a grade 1, when your number is blinking and the outcome is in doubt.
Position you don't want to be in, that's for sure.
They changed it. They took him down. They took her down, and they made the right call.
Looks like the right call, certainly, given what happened there late in the stretch. And just, you know, to kind of put it in a human perspective, if you're running and somebody knocks into you as you're going full speed, it's going to cause you to fall off balance and to knock out your momentum at a critical point in the race.
I agree with all of that that's been said. And I really feel, though, but I also feel that the stewards at times have been lax in their responsibility in policing the game around here as strictly as I would have. And I know that Richie agrees with this as well, that I think if they would be more aggressive in doing it at times, and I think they've gotten a little better at it, then this stuff wouldn't happen. They need to send a message to the riders to stop doing this stuff.
New order of finish in race 1, 6-1, 5-4 disqualification from first to second of the number 1, Midnight Rosie. Bring you prices and more when we come back, and we will continue our discussion of the Kentucky Derby preps. Atop the leaderboard right now is Florida Derby winner Forte. Can he go on to the first Saturday in May and take the Kentucky Derby as well?
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here, surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Kentucky Derby Bankroll Builder is back at Naira Bets. Bet a $50 win bet on a selected Derby prep and get $20 for your Derby Bankroll, win or lose. Opt in each week to play at NairaBets.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential quality has won
Well named.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. A little bit of drama in race 1 at the Big A. There was a disqualification of the number 1 Midnight Rosie from first to second, meaning that the number 6 Katie Cakes is your official winner. She was the 1-2 favorite as well after being impeded in the stretch by the runner-up, a $3 winner. And I know you had the number 1 Midnight Rosie, Andy, but it seems like the right call here.
Absolutely. And I mean, any way you look at it, everything that Dylan did was wrong. coming in like that. He seemed to have energized Katie Cakes and hurt his horse by coming in. If he had just kept a straight path and gone on the outside, I don't think the finish would have been close. Now, I like the one. I needed the one to stay up, and I do believe I bet the right horse. But I don't believe that it was wrong to take her down, and I think that rests on the rider. I like Dylan. I like him personally. I'm a fan of him as a rider, but he needs to cut that nonsense out and just ride his horses.
Coming up this weekend, some important Kentucky Derby preps continue as we've seen some pretty spectacular performances along the road to Kentucky Derby 149. Last weekend in the Florida Derby, Forte continued his dominance for trainer Todd Pletcher as he is atop the Kentucky Derby leaderboard right now, following up-and-comer Mage in this race. Andy, what were your thoughts? I'm curious your impression on this Florida Derby performance.
I thought it was remarkably disappointing, and maybe partly because we're so used to Forte running so much more professionally and running well as he has in all of his starts, save for the Sanford. I thought it was not the race you want to see by a horse who's likely to be the Derby favorite as his last prep. I don't like the fact that Irad had to basically ride him the whole way.
He was idling for quite a while.
It's something that we've never seen from this horse. He's always, one of his great attributes is he basically was very push button for Irad. He seemed to go wherever he wanted to go and move whenever he wanted to move, and it was one of his great talents. He didn't look great in the race, and I just wonder, now listen, obviously, if you're Todd Pletcher, you want to have him best for the Derby. But I don't want to take the favorite who got, I mean, first of all, Irad won this race, I thought, because he let Mage make that wider, earlier move. He let him go when they met up on the turn. He went inside, he let him go, and then he followed him. And I think that won the race for him. Now, I think Mage ran terrifically well. If Mage could get out of the gate, he probably could win the Derby. I don't know if he's going to be able to win it off just 3 starts. And he feels like a good horse that would benefit from skipping the Derby and running the Preakness. But I do feel like Mage ran the better race if you judge the 2 trips. He was wider. He moved a little more prematurely. I've been a fan of Forte all along. I've said it many times. I don't like this effort by him, and I will be treading against him in the Kentucky Derby.
And yes, he won the race, but at this point in the game, you have to start looking through to see if there could potentially be some vulnerabilities in a horse that, as Andy mentioned, is likely to be the favorite going into the first Saturday in May. But also last weekend, we saw the Arkansas Derby where, once again, Brad Cox with a big effort, Angel of Empire stepping forward to win the Arkansas Derby in impressive fashion.
Yeah, I think this is a really good effort by him. Now, he earned the same 94 buyer that, well, actually, I think Forte got a 95 buyer, but a very similar fig. And he made a long, extended, premature move. And these are the kind of moves that often blow up in your face. And I remember making that move, and Greg said, oh, here comes Angel of Empire. Now, I'll admit, I didn't like him at all going into this race and was dead wrong. And I said, well, that's a premature move. That'll blow up in his face. And he just kept on running. The race was a little bit of an eyesore behind him, to be fair, but I thought he ran very well, and he's improving at the right time.
Won the Risen Star, then came back to take the Arkansas Derby. Pretty impressive effort. Son of Classic Empire. It was sold as a yearling for $70,000. Flavian Pratt was aboard for the first time that day, too. And it's pretty impressive as we talk about these 2 horses with the strength that both Todd Pletcher and Brad Cox just have in their barns leading into the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, no doubt about it. We'll see how Tappett's race does in the Wood Memorial. I mean, in the Bluegrass, but he's considered one of the favorites right now. His big winner down in the Louisiana Derby, Kings Barnes. Obviously, he's a horse that could be formidable towards the front end, and all 3 of them have very different running styles. And listen, don't completely discount the maiden that Todd Pletcher is running for Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola in Dreamlike, who drew the rail at the Wood Memorial. He's the second choice in the line, and he's been very fast in his races.
Blinkers going on that horse, too. That's a look at the Kentucky Derby leaderboard. Forte and Angel of Empire, the top 2 as far as points are concerned. And as Andy mentioned, this weekend can do a lot as far as how that leaderboard will shape up, because some of the horses in both the Bluegrass and the Wood Memorial really need some points to get into the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, it feels like we've seen a lot of years where horses sort of drift in with lower point totals, like last year's Derby winner. I don't know. You look at this year, it feels like there are going to be a lot of horses in the 40-point or so range, and it may be a little tougher to get into this Derby. Obviously, we hope they all stay sound, and that's one of the things that's happened. They haven't been that fast, but they've been pretty sound as a group so far. So there are a lot of horses that can run in this Derby, and there are horses, I mean, even Hit Show, what does he have, 17 points, I think?
I think so,
He's going to need a second-place finish in the Wood, and I think he's much the horse to beat.
Position number 27 right now on the leaderboard. So
right, but he hasn't run in the big race. I mean, but he has that opportunity. But if he finishes 3rd and he has 37, he's not comfortably in the Derby.
Could make things interesting, that's for sure. But not only does Brad Cox have strength going into the Kentucky Derby, he has strength going into the Kentucky Oaks as well, including Wet Paint, who won the Fantasy most recently. And the question with her, Andy, had always been, oh, she seems to love a wet track. Well, she put all of that aside with this Fantasy win, and she is one of those ones that likes to make it exciting coming from way back.
Well, I think the question was she a horse that liked a wet track? But she had never been in a dry dirt track. And as I said to Greg before the race, who knows? And I was half joking, but it's not necessarily totally in jest. Who knows? Maybe she doesn't even love a wet track. As it turns out, she's better on a dry track, which isn't that surprising. Her closing running style probably more conducive to not running through a lot of slop and kickback. She has been very consistent, and she's a nice horse. She's beating up on the same horses at Oaklawn that are totally overmatched. The good news for her is the best buyer figure she's run, an 89 figure, makes her one of the favorites in this year's Oaks, because the horses pointing toward the Oaks have been decidedly slow so far. But we do have the Gazelle, we've got the Santa Anita Oaks, and of course we've got the big one on Friday, the Alcibiades at Keeneland, where you have another horse for Brad Cox who's looking to take that step forward. She is right now possibly the favorite, but a lot of things could change this weekend. And it'll be interesting to see what new shooters come forth. Munning's Gold, how far does she want to go? How good is Randomized, the horse who broke her maiden with a 92 buyer here on Friday? She could be a big-time player as the summer progresses as well.
Make for a very fun summer after the Kentucky Derby and Oaks as well. But as far as the Kentucky Oaks is concerned, for the first Friday in May, Wet Paint atop the leaderboard right now. Affirmative Lady stamping herself after a big performance last weekend at Gulfstream Park. But as Andy mentioned, it's much more wide open, I think, as far as kind of the quote-unquote the big ones. We thought Wonder Wheel could come back with a big year. She was disappointing in her first race of the year. We'll see her at Keeneland this weekend, of course, the 2-year-old champion. But I think that the Oaks is really up for grabs this year.
Oh, I mean, well, let's talk about it. Wet Paint had run 83 buyers. She just ran an 89. Affirmative Lady got an 81. Pretty Mischievous has flirted with the mid to high 80s. South Lawn for Norm Cassidy, she got an 86, winning the Fairgrounds Oaks, so she's there. Botanical won on a synthetic track. I'm not that familiar with her. You look through Wonder Wheel, she's running low 80s. Now she, Julia Shining, and I want to say Paintbrush, or is it Paintbrush?
Yes.
Punch Bowl, excuse me. I
Yes.
was close. I had the P right. The Brad Cox horse, they're going to square off in the Alcibiades, and that's a very, very big matchup between some somewhat heavyweights, but they're all horses that have to, well, Punch Bowl ran an 89 buyer in her last start, but Brad Cox brought in a horse, Interstate Daydream, into last year's Alcibiades, albeit Nest was in there as well, but Nest hadn't taken a big step forward until the Alcibiades. She was co-favored or second choice off a big figure win, I think an 88 or 89 at Oaklawn. She completely bombed in that race and didn't run well. I'm not saying one equates to the other, but she was coming off that big race at Oaklawn, and she didn't run well at all. We'll see when Punch Bowl faces potentially some much more difficult rivals. I believe Julia Shining is going to be very tough in that race.
That's the Ashland coming up Friday at Keeneland, and that could make things pretty interesting as far as that Kentucky Oaks is concerned. Back to today at Aqueduct, we continue with our live racing action. Race number 2 coming up next. 6 furlongs on the main track, non-winners of 3 in life. Pretty wide open board right now. Swedish Sugar, 2-1. We'll also see a runner for trainer Gustavo Rodriguez coming up here in number 5, Bastet. And his brother, Rudy Rodriguez, can always be found around the track as well. We'll talk a little bit more about the brotherly love of the Rodriguez brothers after this on America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, Champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, Champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding big horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back. He was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years, maybe more than 10 years.
This little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, you know, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted like to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijak to win the Kelso Handicap.
Dad's Caps has won the Carter. Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, you know, like everything else, you know, Sunday's good, Sunday's bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good, you know, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together, you know.
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
There's Gustavo Rodriguez in the paddock getting ready to give his rider a leg up. Jason Wyatt is going to be aboard the number 5 Bastet. And when you have him and Rudy around, sometimes you can't even tell what they're saying because they're both just laughing so much. They're a lot of fun.
They are fun guys, and wish them well in here. Gustavo's live with Bastet. I imagine you'll try to see somewhat. And we'll see how the race plays out from a pace perspective. I think the 4 Sweet Sugar is supposed to be the speed and is the one to catch. The public's agreeing right now, at least, that she's the favorite.
There's a little look of Sweet as Sugar heading out ahead of the number 5 Bastet. Will meet the field for race number 2. Again, this is a non-winners of 3 in life for 14,000. We're sprinting fillies and mares in the spotlight. 2-1 favorite on Sweet as Sugar, who drops back down to a level that she does seem to belong at. We'll take a look at the post-parade, though. Blinkers going on. The number 1, Idaka.
Yeah, Idaka had a sort of big-priced win a few races back. We'll see if they look to be forward, but her overall form leaves a lot to be desired.
Trying to turn things around. Here's the number 2, Darn That Song.
Did not run well last time. Her prior effort, though, was good enough to give her a chance.
Finished second with a 52 buyer speed. Figure 2 starts back. Here is another one dropping back down to what seems to be the proper level, London Gold.
Yeah, the drop downs are key here, and she is getting back to level. She's run second a couple times. In this race, she's 5-2.
As you said, this barn Sometimes you find the right spot. Here's the number 4, Swedish Sugar, also dropping down.
Leadership Mongol is certainly under the radar, but her horses do run effectively, and thought this horse made a lot of sense, dropping back into a more reasonable spot, second off the claim.
And her horses are always well turned out, too. They always look great before the races. Here's the number 5, Bastet for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah. Listen, Bastet's last race is fast enough to compete, but it wasn't a very strong field, to say the least. Will she get enough pace like she did last time to close into? And
to the outside, Ice Cold Gold.
I never know what to expect from David Jacobson, but this horse is coming out of a race that she won at Penn National in a $5,000 claiming race, and the claim was voided. She's a little tough to trust, but with David Jacobson, sometimes I never know what you're going to get.
I have to wonder here as she does step up to the next level after notching that non-winners of 2 condition. A horse that ran well off the layoff is the number 5, Bastet for Gus Rodriguez. We just saw that feature on him and his brother. Here's a look at that race from March. She was part of the favored entry that day, and she was really kind of asked hard out of the gate. Kind of made a move, took over, run down. There was a lot going on for her in this race.
And the other thing to make note of is the horse who's going to win this race is the one on the far outside rallying. And she came from way, way back. So this is a race that did fall apart. Now you could say, well, Bastet made the move. She broke it open. I don't know. I think it was just a very weak field where they went way too fast, relatively speaking, for their own good, and the race came apart late. Now the winner, Freddie Mo Factor, was a horse who had some back form and was going out first time for Linda Rice. So there were some incidentals as well to like her in there. I won't be surprised if she runs reasonably well. I look at this race. I don't feel with the quality of the horses in here that you can say that there's anyone here that has absolutely no chance.
Board kind of reflecting that as well, but your 2-to-1 favorite is the number 4. For more, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, I kind of feel, too, like races like this, guys, that the physical appearance and the horses that stand out physically to me maybe carries a little bit more weight than horses that have good form but maybe don't necessarily look that good. Listen, the 5, Bastet, she looks terrific, looked great in the warm-up. I kind of agree with Andy. I'm not just quite sure of the overall quality of the last field and kind of had the race won and then didn't win. The 1, Idaka, the way this horse warmed up, the addition of blinkers and the inside post, I think this one's going to be looking for the lead. If she's fast enough, it's another story, but it certainly appears to me that all systems would be go for her to try to make the lead, especially the way she's been warmed up. And then the 2 will be my top selection at 11-to-1, Darn That Song. Liked her in the paddock and liked her even more on the racetrack. I love the way she's moving. I love the way her coat looks. Sometimes it's not always easy to discern, when, with gray horses, just how rich and hydrated their coat is. But I'm seeing it with her. And I think that Darn That Song will be lurking from just off the pace and gets Heeman Harkey, who did offer to give me riding lessons.
It's upset, Richie.
I think you need it, Richie.
You really do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
The guy's being generous, Richie, and you're making fun of him. I tell you, it's not fair. You're worse than me.
Well, just think of what he could have been.
Do you have a chance to look at the Wood Memorial card much?
I have looked at the stakes.
And? Do you have any
I'm pretty excited.
thoughts? Okay.
I think that the Carter is going to be a really fun race. There are a couple of horses that have run some really big figures recently.
There are. It's a tricky race. You have to ask yourself if you feel like Repo Rocks is going to continue that terrific form. Can White Abario come up? He's Lasix off. Now, he's had a lot of good race without Lasix, so it's not as big a concern. Safi Joseph has bad numbers taking Lasix off for grade stakes, but to be fair, they're almost all big prices. And White Abario is a short price, and he ran well in our Cigar Mile. I thought he was the horse to beat, White Abario.
I thought so, too. He ran a really big race last time and was flattered. Wayburn came back on the Florida Derby card.
As did Collaborate
yeah,
well.
Collaborate as well. I thought that was probably one of the best races White Abario's run. And I love that they're going to keep him at the 1 turn.
No, this is the race should be going in. I don't, Get Her Number, who almost won the Cigar Mile, was going to come here and is running in a grade 3 at Keeneland. Why would you possibly run in a grade 3 at Keeneland when there's a grade 1 here where he would have been one of the favorites on a track that you almost won a big race? It's a decision whether it was an owner's call or a trainer's call that is baffling to me. This is a grade 1 and an important race. I'll tell you something. He might not class up to these, but I'm very interested in what Bold Journey does because he ran huge last time.
He really did. And what do you do with Expressman?
I don't like him at all. Montauk Point came here and disappointed. I think he's one of those horses, and there's nothing wrong with that 107 buyer he ran. That was a fast race.
Very.
but it's one of these things that'll never be explicable because the rest of his career has been a bit of a disappointment. Today's Flavors had very, very fortunate pace scenarios, but he's coming in the race in raging form and shouldn't be ignored. Little Vic was at the Muddy Seal track last time. He ran huge in his last start. He runs his last race. He's a major player in here. So I do think it's a wide open, interesting race.
I think it's a really, really fascinating race on the card. All the horses you mentioned, you can make cases for. And you have a horse, Wide Barrio, who ran in last year's Kentucky Derby and seemed like they kind of found his spot this year. So he ran very well in the Cigar Mile, going the 1-turn mile. 7 furlong allowance last time out, produced the best Beyer speed figure he's ever run. I'm excited for the Grade 1 Carter on Saturday.
Always one of my favorite races. The Bayshore I thought was interesting. Victory Way off his big maiden win, running at Joey Freshwater, ran a huge figure against Olders last time.
What do you think about Arctic Arrogance skipping the Bayshore to go to the Wood?
I like that Linda's being aggressive because sometimes she isn't as aggressive as I wish she would be at times. And listen, Arctic Arrogance is going to be, what, 6-1 or something morning line in here? So if you're 6-1 morning line in the Woodmore for $750,000, this is the race you belong in. So I think that I don't think there's any argument that he's more likely to win the Bayshore than he is to win this race. But he's shown he can handle a distance. He hasn't shown he can rate comfortably, and there does appear to be some pace in here. But I'm not going to knock a move if you're running a horse under 10-1 in a $750,000 race is important as the Wood Memorial. So I think he's very, very dangerous. And they can always cut him back and point for the Woody Stevens if they want. It's not. See, I think the horse that's running in the Wood that should be in the Bayshore is Mr. Swagger. Yes. I actually like Mr. Swagger. I don't think he got the best of trips in his last race, and his maiden win was very impressive. And I feel like they're probably biting off a little more than they can chew with a horse that may have distance limitations, even though the McLean's musics have stretched. I wish that he was in the Bayshore. I would have liked him in the Bayshore.
I agree. And
he's going to be 30-1. I mean,
he's going to be a big
That's the thing. I think, you know, I'm for taking chances, but I think you have to look at your expected value.
Well, look at Arctic Arrogance. He ran second in the Remsen, the Jerome, and the Wither. So he's obviously proved that he can hang with that type of horse.
No, he's a good horse, and I hear he's training very well. And I think maybe the training may have had something to do with it. Maybe if he hadn't been training as well, I'm just guessing. Sure. Because I believe it was Dave Grenig told me in a few weeks he saw him working and was very impressed with how he looked. And I trust Dave's eye a great deal. So listen, I'm glad he's in there. I think he's a neat New York bred. He's a good horse.
He is. I got a chance on my podcast In the Ring this week to interview Becky Thomas of Sequel Stallions. Sure. And of course, she has a really long-standing relationship with Mr. and Mrs. Broman, and was talking about how excited Mr. Broman is to have a horse like Arctic Arrogance. And they've been selling a lot more, and it's, you know, he's an older gentleman, but he's been so involved with the New York breeding program and the contributions that they've made. And to see them have a horse that's on the Kentucky Derby Trail is really exciting.
And he's synonymous with the New York breeding program. I don't think there's anybody whose name represents New York breeding any more than Chester Broman, and many less. I think most people would agree. He's had so many good horses for so many years over the years, and such a big part of the game, and a frequent visitor of the tracks as well. So yeah, I mean, I'd love to see the Bromans have a horse in the Derby. I think it would be very, very cool.
A lot to look forward to on Saturday. Race number 2 at Aqueduct coming up here. Everyone looking for the 3rd win of their career, 8-5 on the number 4, Sweet as Sugar. As they load in, early pick 4 kicks off. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
3 out. Sweet as Sugar. Sweet as Sugar moves forward. Hesitating right in behind the gate. Bastet. Ice Cold Gold to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Bad stumble to start for London Gold. Jamie Torres, unseated, stood right up. He's right up on his feet, but London Gold stumbled at the start. is out of the race. On the front end, it's Bastet right out to the front, is now a neck in front, now a half length tightly at the rail is Idaka. In behind them is Darn That Song. Up on the outside, driven along is Ice Cold Gold, and now the trailer is Sweet as Sugar. And again, London Gold stumbled at the start, is out of the race. Less than 4 furlongs to go. 22-3 for a pumped up opening quarter for Bastet. It's Bastet who's well clear, is up by 2.5 lengths. Darn That Song is a clear second, is in pursuit here, is coming after the leader. Ice Cold Gold is all in and not cutting into the margin yet. From the back, Sweet as Sugar is starting a rally, is to the outside of Idaka, who's now the trailer. As they approach a quarter mile left to go, Bastet has gone quickly. It's Bastet who's still doing it very nicely at the top of the stretch. 46-3 for that half-mile time, and Bastet gets the cue for home. It's Bastet. Darn That Song is making up mild ground up on the outside. Down to the inside, here comes Sweet as Sugar, who is making up some late ground here. A final 1/8 of a mile to get. Bastet is looking tired up front. Here comes Darn That Song, is ready to pounce up on the outside. Switching to the outside is Sweet as Sugar, who's got all the momentum. Darn That Song took the lead. Sweet as Sugar is going to lunge. Darn That Song. Darn That Song gets it over Sweet as Sugar. Then came Bastet in 1 minute 14.58 seconds.
Darn That Song with the win, and you do see the loose London Gold, the number 3 right there, as you heard from Chris Griffin's call. Good to hear. Jockey Jamie Torres is up and on his feet. And Andy, you and I were wondering if the 3 losing his rider had something to do with the 4 Sweet as Sugar not being on the lead, and we will see London Gold just kind of stumble here, and it didn't seem to affect the number 4, and a nice backward somersault there from Jamie Torres to be on his feet.
Yeah, that was impressive. He gets the Gymnast Award.
Yes.
I'm glad to see horse and rider are okay. As I said, nobody will shock me in here, and Richie needs to talk to Heeman Harkey to tell him how he got that horse home at a big price. And
you know,
horse wins.
He should take him up on the lessons.
There's 8-1 here is the second longest shot on the board, and you could just see. I mean, that's a ridiculously fast pace for this quality of horse to be setting 46-3, and they came home in just a little under 28 seconds. Harness racing time. You could see the leader tiring visibly. Had to angle out. Mirage had to angle out Sweet as Sugar, took away a little of the momentum, and just didn't have enough time to get it together. Probably the best horse, but not able to get it done. But give Heeman the credit. He's been aggressive. He gets it done. And Darn That Song rewards his backers at 8-1.
There is apprentice jockey Jamie Torres walking back in the paddock, and London Gold has been apprehended on the racetrack. Again, of utmost importance is the safety of horse and rider, and good to see that everybody is okay. So a thumbs up from Jamie back there in the paddock as well. But Darn That Song, once he switched leads, able to run down Bastet, who did end up being kind of the default pace setter when the number 4 Sweet as Sugar didn't go.
Yeah, and I think they went a much faster pace than you would have anticipated. 22.78 and 46.77 for this quality is a faster pace than you would have anticipated. It took a toll. And listen, I thought the 4 could wire the field. She almost won from far back, but she was 8-5. She had her chance.
2, 4, 5, 6 in race 2 at Aqueduct number 2. Darn That Song gets her picture taken. We'll bring you prices and more in a little bit. Take a quick time out on America's Day at the races. A lot more to come. Stay with us after this quick break.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Pascal Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafact coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafact.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's Dayta's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's Dayta has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's Day Tom.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here with Heeman Harkey, who just delivered an absolutely flawless ride on the number 2, Darn That Song. Heeman, you were sitting very cool around the far turn. You looked very confident.
Well, I brake and she took me there and I was riding for a good position. I saw the 5 horse came out. I was like, okay. So he took the lead and I was like, all right, my chance. I'm gonna sit off of him. He got a lightweight, more advantage. So I just follow him, and coming around the 4th turn, I sit more chilly because I know my horse is gonna catch him up because they weigh my horse on the bridle. So I kept him, and at the 3rd pole, I was like, okay, game over.
Well, you looked very confident. And then when she got to her right lead in the stretch, it really helped her kind of close in.
Yeah, she kicked off pretty much good when she jumped on the right lead, and she's just targeted that horse, and she kept going. At first, she gave me a little trouble to get to the horse, but once she get to the horse, she just started to move herself. Gives me a little encouragement.
I mean, you work so hard. I see you out every morning working horses. I mean, tell the people at home, what's it like for a young rider like yourself trying to get the opportunities?
Well, it's a lot of hard work for me because I'm the first rider in my generation in New York, and first riding, start out as a buck boy, I wasn't that great. And now with Kendrick and a couple more other riders in the back there, Manny Franco, Irad, Jose, all those guys, Joel, hey, countless names to count, you, Trevor McCarthy, everybody helping me out, and they make me who I am.
Well, congratulations on this, a terrific, flawless ride. And if I bring my boots and helmet out tomorrow morning, get a lesson?
Oh, you could teach me more than I could teach you. I'll teach you how to gallop the wild one.
Guys, good ride by Heeman here.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
That's great. Congratulations to Heeman Harkey, and Darn That Song. Got the right kind of trip. Was able to get the win here in race number 2 at Aqueduct. $19.40 winner, too.
Yeah, no, and Heeman gave a good ride. That was a very fair price on them. Yeah. Probably more than a fair price on a horse in this race, considering the overall quality of the field.
We turn our attention now to race number 3. It's going to go 7 furlongs on the main track in this $40,000 claiming race for fillies and mares. And the number 2, Melting Snow, off of a 4-race win streak, is currently your favorite for trainer Charlie Baker. Will make her second start for Charlie, as she just seems to run no matter what barn she's in.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see she and the number 3 Customer Experience both close in odds now and close in odds looking at multi-race bets. Melting Snow has been in great form, no doubt about it, but she's been beating up on some weaker fields. There's more competition. There's also more speed in this race. It's hard to believe with the presence particularly of Baba, but even Alpine Queen, that she's going to be able to control this race up front in moderate fractions. I think that could be her undoing.
As Andy and I were discussing before the last race, a lot of fun stakes action to look forward to this weekend. And the graded stakes action actually kicks off on Friday with the Distaff Handicap. Got some pretty talented fillies running in that race. But on Saturday, the Carter, presented by Naira Bets, the grade 1 of the day. Again, 7 furlongs on the main track for 4-year-olds and up. We touched on a couple of the exciting prospects and horses that have run some really big races recently, and that does include Little Vic. This is a horse who, yes, it was a wet track in the grade 3 Tom Fool last time out, Andy. He had a heartbreaking defeat in the Gravesend back in December. Repo Rocks with another freaky performance in the toboggan. And he got his big race last time out.
And this is the best race he's ever run. So if you like him, and he'll be a square price in the Carter, then you're betting a horse that's coming in off his best career race. Because not only did he win with his best figure, a 102 buyer, a number that makes him a huge player here, but he did it while attending a pace that collapsed. So he did the dirty work in here. He did much more dirty work than the horses that finished behind him. He was clearly best that day. But it seems like an aberrantly high number on a muddy sealed track, and we're going to get, thankfully, a fast track here on Saturday. And so you wonder if he can run back to it. But if he does, he is a huge player.
The question, I think, for everybody is, though, does Repo Rocks continue on the unbelievable tear that he's been on? He's won 4 stakes in a row since switching to the Jamie Ness barn, including the Toboggan over Little Vic 2 starts back at the end of January, and that was with a 111 Beyer speed figure.
People who follow parks closely particularly, but also some mid-Atlantic tracks like Laurel, are more familiar than we are of the kind of enormous improvements that you'll see for Jamie Ness off the claim and off trainer switches, and this horse is really no surprise. Now, he had run some fast races, to be fair, on the go-back, but he also run some lower-level claiming races for other trainers. Originally a horse owned by Lee Einsiedel that ran for Bill Mott, and he has just turned it around. And it didn't have the same otherworldly figure last time he ran, the time before that. And I'm a little concerned that the horse who finished second to him, Miles D, didn't come back and run that well. But if he can get back to the figure from 2 back, he'll win this race. We'll see.
Make for an interesting conversation as the Florida Derby winner of 2022 has decided to stick with the one-turn races, and that's White Abario, who's also coming off of a career best Beyer speed figure, much like Little Vic. This was in an allowance down in South Florida, though beating Weyburn and Collaborate, both of whom came back to win impressively in their subsequent starts. And White Abario, who finished a good third in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile at 1 turn, has this huge effort at the 7 furlongs last time out.
And I love that Safi Joseph understands that the sprint division is wide open. There are opportunities like the Carter. I commend him for coming here. He recognized the importance of this race and comes here, and he's probably pointing to a race like this and the Forgo at Saratoga, and he's giving White Abario his best chance to shine in important races, as opposed to running in races he's not good enough. And even though he won the Florida Derby, he's better going shorter. And I love to see Safi Joseph doing the right thing with him. And in that case, I'm always going to root for this horse, whether I pick him or bet him or not.
This could be the right spot for him. Earlier in the day, though, we will see the 3-year-old fillies go the 1 1/8 in the Gazelle. Of course, the Gazelle and the Wood. Important races for the 3-year-olds. Taking a look at the field of fillies, a colt, 1 of 2 for trainer Chad Brown, will go from post number 5. She won her last 2 races, including the Busanda at a 1 1/8 over Affirmative Lady, who we saw to come back and win last weekend at Gulfstream.
Yeah, now Affirmative Lady got an 81 Beyer winning. I'm not sure how well she ran. Gambling Girl ran fine to be second. She was a suck-up 4th in the Honeybee behind Wet Paint in her last start coming back to New York. A colt will likely have to stalk the speed in this race of maybe Capella, who I think is going to lead. And I have no knock on a colt. She's running fine in her races. I don't really want her at a short price, though I won't be surprised if she wins here. Both of Chad Brown runners are players in here.
There's that daylight score in the Busanda, last time out for a colt, making her first start since January. And she is a filly by Into Mischief, again 1 of 2 for trainer Chad Brown. What a colt does boast is that she has a win at the 1 1/8 distance already. So I think that that could be something interesting, given the fact that she's the only one with a win at the distance. Does that give you a little bit more confidence?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad thing.
Sure.
I mean, I don't really believe that these other horses necessarily rate to have a real problem with the distance, but I can't knock it. It's certainly not a bad thing, and she ran a good enough figure in 78 of doing it, as you say, was certainly complimented by Affirmative Lady's win in the Gulfstream Park Oaks.
The other Chad Brown runner to the outside, though, and Sheeta Booty, who has done nothing wrong as of yet. She is a 3 for 3 so far, sprinting, going a mile on a wet track. She's handled everything that's been thrown at her so far, including that win in the Busher. And what happened at the start here, Andy?
Did something happen at the start?
Or are you just showing the speed of Capella versus...
I'm not sure why we're showing the start, to be honest with you, but we did.
You're supposed to know these things.
I don't think I sent the start in with the videos, but maybe I'm wrong. I want Capella in here. Knock on Shake. I want to know how you got the name Sheeta Booty. I keep thinking of the Frank Zappa album, Shake Your Booty. I don't know where the name comes from.
I've Googled it so many times, I can't find anything.
Yeah. I prefer Capella, who I think was married down to the rail too much last time out. The rail was not the best place to be. I have no knock. Sheeta Booty clearly improved with distance and may continue to improve with distance. But I think Capella is going to get a more aggressive ride from Kenner Carmouche in this race, and I look to see him try to wire the field. But I won't be shocked if Sheeta Booty wins either.
That's the field for the Gazelle. That'll go as race number 3 early on in the card on Saturday, but plenty of exciting graded stakes action to look forward to. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about a jockey who has certainly made a name for himself on the NYRA circuit and holds some very special memories here at Aqueduct. A little bit more of Kendrick Carmouche's favorite race after this.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8th pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is gonna pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
What's this, a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got out Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American Jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
Kendrick Carmouche's favorite race, and rightfully so. Also won the 2021 Wood Memorial with Bourbonic, which took him to the Kentucky Derby that year. And Kendrick, the Raging Cajun, he's always got a smile on his face, and if he's not riding, he's coming up to bug Andy on the set.
We had a great time with Kendrick up on the set in areas with Charlie Baker. Yeah, we had a really good time. Kendrick's great. He's great to have around. He's a lot of fun to joke with, and he's a very smart rider as well. And nice to see him back, as he missed a little bit of time this winter. Trevor McCarthy missed much more time as well, but good to see him back and doing well.
There he is with Charlie Baker. They'll team up with Melting Snow in this upcoming third race. This mare has won her last 4 races, progressively rising in class too, and she will face, it seems, her toughest competition this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's a much tougher race than she's been in her recent starts, as I'm going through all the different PPs. She's just had to run the races, but let's not lie, she's running fast races. I picked her second. I'm not going to be surprised when she wins. And I'm not absolutely sure she needs a lead to run her best races, but she's been getting to the front, been able to control. Now, this is her race 2 back when she beat Mon Petit Choux. The rail was good. Mon Petit Choux took advantage to be second, but in fairness to Melting Snow, she was too wide, not on the good rail that day. She's been in good form. I just feel from a dynamic standpoint with Baba and Alpine Queen in here, she rates to face more pressure up front, and maybe she can rate and win, but I don't want to take a shorter price, and the public's agreeing right now. I also think the competition is tougher. Customer experience is pretty good. She's better than the horses she's been beating.
Customer Experience, who faced much tougher last time out, drops back down to the $40,000 level at which Linda Rice claimed her. She was running 74, 75 buyer speed figures. She was second to Baba 2 starts back.
Yeah, no, I feel like she's dangerous near. Now, listen, she didn't beat Baba, but I think Baba has a much different pace scenario to deal with. Last time out was a very strange, tougher field off the claim that was wired by the long shot Hey Mama Luke. And I feel like Linda Rice's barn overall has been doing fairly well. She was outside. The rail was a good place to be in her last start. The track was fair. I think she belongs in this group. She was just above her head last time.
This seems to be the right spot for her again. Linda Rice claimed her for $40,000, tried against tougher in that Tour de Dan last time out. Let's meet the field, kicking things off with Mon Petit Choux to the inside.
Yeah, I just think she's overmatched in here, long shot.
Here's your current favorite, Melting Snow with Kendra Carmouche.
And the public is being a little bit tentative betting her right now, but she's been in good form. Will she get the right kind of trip today?
Customer Experience going back down to the $40,000 level.
I think she should benefit what should be at least an honest pace in here.
She's 2-1 right now on the board. Here's Alpine Queen off of a nose defeat.
Horrendous beat if you bet her at 6-1 last time out. Absolutely zopped at the wire, but she figures like she could potentially be a victim of pace.
Here's the number 5, Baba. She also goes back down to the 40.
Great to see Jamie Torres back in action after last race's gymnastic appearance. The horse did well 2 back, and she run back to that race.
And Dame Cinco, who beat Alpine Queen in the nose 2 back.
I think she's dangerous in this race. I know her last race, she had no chance going a mile. The track got wetter. She was down towards the inside, maybe not the place to be. Her prior races are all good enough. She should get a pace.
As far as the number 3, Customer Experience, there she is, the gray mare by Cairo Prince, going back down to the level that does seem to suit her. She will rematch with Baba as they face back in February, and Customer Experience was off the pace. She was kind of kept wide throughout too, I noticed, which I thought was interesting. She just couldn't get to Baba, who was forward and kind of got the jump on her here.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. She just... Was it a disappointing effort as the favorite? Yeah, she's supposed to get it done. I didn't have a major excuse for her in that race, to be honest. I didn't get Baba at all. She just seemed to run a really good race. I think she ran a race. She just ran to a horse that ran a better race that day.
There she is, 2-1 right now. Customer Experience, again, back down to the level that seems to suit her. Pick 6 kicking off here as well in this third race this afternoon. Any thoughts on the sequence today?
Sure. Let's go through it a little bit. The 4th race was obviously affected by scratches. I'm interested in Golden Juan in that race. I would probably lean on the 2 outside horses. A lot of people will like the favorite, Glory Road, who certainly can win. I would try to beat him in there. Race number 5, I think the favorite, Spirit of St. Louis, is very vulnerable. That both Golden Code and Mason Mania have a chance to beat that favorite. So I think a couple races that have somewhat vulnerable favorites. The next race... The race completely changed with the scratches. I thought either the 1A Caribbean or the 7 Winter Pool were the likeliest winners. 7th race is somewhat wide open in there. I prefer the number 6 Treasure Trove over Celestial Moon, the 4. The last race is wide open. I think any of the outside 4 horses, the 5, 6, 7, and 8, are dangerous.
Interesting sequence. Good luck if you're playing the pick 6 today. Horses warming up on track, though, for this 3rd race. That's a look at Dame Cinco. We welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale joining us here. Maggie, what are you seeing here from the horses on track?
Well, Acacia, we will start by taking a look at your current favorite at 3-2 is Melting Snow, as she looks to be the inside speed, maybe facing some more pressure, as Andy pointed out. Now, she's one that's making her 2nd start for Charlie Baker, but looking for her 5th win in a row. And we all know how tough it is to consistently win races, but she's made a career out of doing that, winning nearly half of her career starts so far. Relative to the last time I saw her, she has more weight on, she looks better, and as Meg pointed out, it's a warm, humid day, so a lot of these horses are a little warm. She is one of those horses, and she took a little while to kind of warm up and to get into stride for Kendrick Carmouche, but now it looks as though she's moving very well out there. Do note the front wraps do stay on. As we'll move on to customer experience, I think she's a very logical alternative, and I would take her if Andy wasn't taking her. No, but it just feels like it. Whenever I pick the same horse as Andy, we never win together. And last time she just had way too much to do considering the way that the race played out. She looks great here overall, much like she did and has been this winter, carrying her weight well, which is sometimes an area that she doesn't exceed in, and moving well out there. Got a really nice warm up with Dylan Davis aboard. I'm going to take just a little bit of a shot here. Look, it's tough to claim off Rob Atras. I know that. But Dame Cinco gets to the 7 furlongs. I actually like this distance for her, and she might get the right kind of setup. Again, acknowledging the fact it's tough to claim off Rob Atras, but Oscar Barrera has had a decent winner, to say the least, and she looks healthy. Her coat's great, probably the best turned out of any of these horses in this field. So I'm going to take a little bit of an outside look with, literally, the outside horse, Dame Cinco here, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Jose Ortiz climbing aboard Dame Cinco, mare by Cinco Charlie, 2nd off the claim for Oscar Barrera here, as he does have 2 in the race. And how do you expect the pace to shake out here in this 3rd start, or 3rd race, I should say?
Unfortunately, sometimes what seems to happen is people get intimidated by horses like Melting Snow, who is not setting particularly fast paces and is allowed to walk on the front end. I always think of that closer, My Heart Belongs to Batty, that people were allowing to walk on the front end in the New York bred race a few years ago.
She won a lot of races that way.
By people not riding speed horses properly, because some of them were afraid of a horse with no speed that was allowed to go to the lead. Excuse me. I think Alpine Queen and Baba both have to go in here, so I think it's going to be a more competitive pace. And also, I think Dame Cinco is a very dangerous horse, the horse Maggie picked. Important to note that Jose Ortiz is back. It's nice to see Jose back. We welcome him back to New York after a good winter down in Florida. And I think she's a dangerous closer in here. I took the Moto closer, customer experience, but Dame Cinco has been in good form. She's a bit of a better price.
She beat Alpine Queen 2 starts back. This is back on March 10th. And it seemed like early on kind of everybody wanted to go forward. She was in between horses, Dame Cinco, but she was able to wear down her foe, Alpine Queen, late, the one who was the horse that actually set the pace.
Yeah, no, I mean, she got it done. She's a little forced to get it done, but she should get a better pace scenario here to go out. And her last race off the claim is absolutely a race that you can throw out. She had no chance the way that race was run. Down on the inside, trying to go a mile against those horses, better horses. Yeah. I think you can make a massive excuse for her in there.
Ozienko, who has had a terrific last year, a horse that just always seems to find the winner's circle, was who she was facing last time out. 5-1, a nice price on Dame Cinco. And Andy, you like the 3, if I'm not mistaken, customer experience?
I do. I prefer the customer experience, but I think the Maggie's horse is dangerous as well. I'm playing some doubles using the 3 and 6, 3 and 6 with the 6 and 7 in the next race, but pressing the 3 in here and the 7 in the next race.
Both the number 2 Melting Snow and the 3 customer experience at 8-5 right now as they approach the starting gate. Melting Snow, hasn't been much snow up here this winter,
Virtually none. I think we got something like a combined 1.5 inches or something. We never had a covering that lasted for anything at all. We really never saw any snow.
Are you sad?
No, not at all. I went to Saratoga. I go up to see my mom
got
every
some snow up there.
6 weeks or so, but I was up there in mid-January, and there was nothing.
Yeah.
No snow at all. I went back in late February, early March, and there was about a foot or so, and we got about a foot while I was up there. I'm heading back next weekend. I'm expecting everything to be nice.
I would imagine they'll roll out the red carpet for you at that day.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but I just told me the weather. I'll go with the weather. I like when it's a little warmer.
It's supposed to be even in the mid to high 60s next week consistently here.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It's nice out today.
The spring is coming. The exciting races. Belmont Park is coming.
I know.
Excited to go back.
At Belmont. It's been so long since we've been there.
I mean, it's been forever.
Long time away from there. It'll be great to get back to Belmont.
Race number 3 at Aqueduct coming up next, though. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Dame Cinco goes in. All set. And they're off. Beautiful break from Baba right out to the front, has early speed. Dame Cinco to the outside from second, and Melting Snow is going to track in third. At the rail is Mon Petit Chou. Up on the far outside comes Alpine Queen, the early trailer. Customer Experience. It's Baba who secures the front, tries to slow it down a touch as Dame Cinco is now being passed. Up on the outside here from Melting Snow, who wants to apply some pressure, is now moving up 4 wide. At the rail is going to be Mon Petit Chou, still very wide. Alpine Queen, Wyas, nowhere to go. It's got to be 5 wide up the backstretch, and the trailer is Customer Experience. They did slow things down, 23-3 for that opening quarter mile as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Mon Petit Chou, Jose Lescano is shooting for that spot, but Baba's got a touch more. Melting Snow is ready to challenge up on the outside here for Kendrick Carmouche, and here comes the run from Melting Snow. Alpine Queen has been wide, but is tracking in that 4 spot. Still waiting for room is Mon Petit Chou. Just waiting for some room there in third. Customer Experience, and now the trailer is Dame Cinco. They've got to catch Baba. Baba's got the lead with a quarter mile left to go. Is in the 2-path. The rail now open for Mon Petit Chou. Melting Snow has not run by yet. Baba is very game on the front end and is now sprinting clear. Mon Petit Chou now switches to the outside, brushes there with Melting Snow. Up on the far outside, Customer Experience is launching a big rally on the grandstand side. Baba is still there for Jamie Torres, is still 2.5 lengths in front. Customer Experience is going to try and nail Baba at the wire. Baba, Customer Experience, Baba, Customer Experience, Baba. Baba gets the win over Customer Experience. Then a photo. Mon Petit Chou there with Melting Snow in 1 minute 26.24 seconds.
Baba and Customer Experience, it's a replay of what we saw back on February 10th. Baba able to hold on, and good to see Jamie Torres, who had that fall in the last race. Right back to the winner's circle here.
Credit Jamie Torres for being aggressive while everybody else, I don't know what they were doing. Alpine Queen was never anywhere near the pace in here. Melting Snow, not aggressive at all. And for this quality of horse, for a horse like Baba, and I didn't like Baba at all, was able to get away with an extremely tepid pace, all things considered. Nice run from Customer Experience, but given how the race was run, very hard to get there from dead last. The others were no-shows. I mean, Melting Snow was a very bad third, but pace or not, she didn't show up at all today.
5-3-2-1 in the third at Aqueduct. Baba at 8-1, able to hold off Customer Experience just like she did 2 back in February. Jamie Torres, apprentice in the saddle to get the win. I'm sure a very special and meaningful victory for him. Always nice to get right back in the saddle, so to speak, and for him, right back to the winner's circle as well.
Pretty cool for him. Just did that somersault. He was ready. And you know what? He came out of the gate with no ill effects whatsoever. Popping out the lead with Baba, and the race was over before it started, basically.
Baba with the win for Oscar Barrera. K5 Stables will bring you prices in a bit. We talked a lot about all of the stakes action coming up on Saturday, but really the graded stakes excitement at Aqueduct kicks off on Friday. As we'll take a little preview of the Grade 3 Distaff Handicap after this quick timeout. Rosa Veloce has won 4 out of her last 5 starts. Should pick up another win on Friday.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 Lifetime Stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007 we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, which is sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In race number 3, it was the 5 Baba, able to hold off customer experience yet again. And a nice victory for jockey Jamie Torres, who's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, please be joined here with the hot riding apprentice. I'm going to put him on the spot. Do you prefer Jaime or Jamie?
Don't matter. I think I like Jamie, but...
Oh, perfect. Okay, so Jamie, talk a little bit about what happened in the race prior. You did a lovely dismount, doing a backward somersault, and then getting right back in the irons. It just speaks to how tough you guys are.
Well, I just read the past performance. I saw that she gave her best effort in the front. So I just tried to get a better deal with my pound. So I just break her. She felt so great, and I was thinking like, I think I had to weigh a little bit more, but I said no. Like she felt so good that I just keep going with her. Yeah.
And to talk a little bit about now, you're a 5-pound apprentice, and you're under the tutelage of Hall of Famer Angel Cordero. What's that like? I mean, what are you expecting here? Because you've impressed a lot of people.
Well, I don't have words about that. Angel is like my father, and there is a lot of people beside me that are teaching me every day, and I just feel so privileged and proud, like, to be in this position. And I will get I would try to get 100% everything that they can teach me. So I just feel very blessed. Yeah.
I gotta say, you're a good study too. You read the form, you watch replays, and it's paying off. Congratulations, Jamie.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And say hello to Tom.
So, Acacia, he said say hello to Tom because Tom, he won on My Favorite Horses, you know, locally owned, and Tom promised him the hat in the paddock, and you got the hat. Where is it?
It's in my room. Yeah.
I can't wait for him to wear it again. Acacia.
I love that. Congratulations, Jamie. Well done. And I mean, he's even continuing to work for business, reminding Tom to put him back on the horse the next time he rides.
Yeah, no, he's got it all going on. Say hi to Tom.
Wink, wink. No,
I caught that one right away.
Yeah. $18.80 winner for jockey Jamie Torres. And as Maggie mentioned, he has turned a lot of heads. He's been riding quite well. And as we know, with legendary former rider Angel Cordero, he has schooled quite a few very talented jockeys who have come up to be big names on the circuit as well.
Manny Franco as well, obviously, but a lot of different riders. John Velasquez in the beginning. And I mean, I'm older, so I've been around. So I was around for the phenomenon that Angel Cordero was. And I think For you, it's a little harder to appreciate because you weren't around at those times. I mean, there's never been anybody more popular in Saratoga than Angel Cordero, and the way he dominated, winning the title every summer, and the competitive nature, and what a great rider he was, but also a personality. And as somebody said to me when he was retiring, you know, sometimes the best people are the people that everybody likes to hate on. And somebody was criticizing Cordero, and a friend of mine said, they'll miss him when he's gone. And people did. When he left, it really left a void because he's not only was a great rider, but a great personality as well.
Well, lucky for us and for some of the young riders, he's continued to pass on a lot of that great knowledge and skill that he created during his riding career. Saw the field for race number 4 coming up, but tomorrow we will kick off the weekend's graded stakes action with the Grade 3 Distaff Handicap and taking a look at Rosa Veloce, who has won 4 out of her last 5 starts, including the correction last time out. She's been on a roll. She has quite a bit of early speed, and she comes in here on a pretty hot streak.
And I think she kind of epitomizes the winter that Rob Atras has had, where he's won at 30% so far in 2023. And Rosa Veloce, a horse that was struggling in lower level claiming races, claimed for $32,000, turned into an absolute warrior this winter, running a figure of 102, second off the claim, 2 figures in the 90, winning a stake race. She's got to get 7. She's had very advantageous pace scenarios. She may be the speed again tomorrow, but past the Champagne should be close. And I'm going to be surprised if Rosa Veloce continues her dominance. But listen, I have fallen flat on my face betting against some Rob Atras horses this winter, so maybe it'll happen again tomorrow.
Jose Ortiz will be aboard. He rode her to victory back in November when she did run that 102 by her speed figure in that allowance race. But Rosa Veloce, who has won 4 out of her last 5, standing in her way could be Funny How, who has won her last 5 in a row for Ray Handel, including the Broadway. Now, 3 of those recent races were against New York Bred Company. She did win 2 back against Open Company, and the water continues to get deeper tomorrow.
Right, but she beat Dame Cinco, we saw in the last race, and obviously didn't run very well in there, though she was in better form then. It's important. I don't want to knock Funny How because Ray Handel's done a great job with her. It's nice to see Katie Davis getting the chance and rode her flawlessly. But I think it's important to note that the 2 horses that were the first and second choices, Betsy Blue and Bank Sting, who throughout their careers have been known for their consistency, really didn't run well at all in this race. So I think it was very much a function not only of her running, and she ran the fastest figure she's ever run from a buyer standpoint, but also those 2 horses not showing up. We'll see what she gets. Because the truth is, the 2 horses that are coming into this race that may have some better credentials, they both have some questions to answer themselves, and at least she and Rosa Veloce are coming into this race off of good performances.
One of those horses who has some questions to answer is the number 2, Gerrymander, who is a horse that is a graded stakes winner. We last saw her in back-to-back grade 1s, running against the likes of Nest and Secret Oath in the Alabama at Saratoga. It'll be her first start since trying the Cotillion at Parks.
But this effort in the Mother Goose, when she buried a field with a 98 buyer figure, indicated that she's a horse that could win races like the Alabama. She goes up at 5-1 in the Alabama. She stunk. She went to Cotillion. She was 12-1. She was worse. She just completely and totally fell apart. And who is Gerrymander? And can she run this race? She has a win over Nest when she won the Tempted last year. She was 7-5, and she beat Nest, who came back and won the Demoiselle. I mean, you give her a pass for the 8 bells. She ran so well here. If she runs these kind of races, she's going to win this race tomorrow. But it's impossible to be overly confident given her last 2 starts.
She's tough to trust given that form, but we know it's in there. I mean, she's run some very big races and against some really good company as well. She seems to be the class, whereas maybe some of the others that we mentioned have those questions as to how they might stack up.
Second to Echo Zulu. This is a horse that was highly touted before she ever ran. She ran in an early June maiden race, a 3-horse field at 1-2, and she was brutal, losing by 10 lengths. They ignored her when she came back at Saratoga the day after the Travers, where she won at 10-1 that day and ran very well in a race that collapsed. She actually beat the recent Grade 1 winner, Amo Ray.
That's right.
I believe she won a Grade 1.
Never thought I would say that she was a Grade 1 winner.
Many felt similarly about that. I just don't know what to expect from her. Obviously, I hope she runs well. You know, Chad Brown brought another very good Klarovich runner back in this race last year in search results, and she didn't run a step. Then she came back and won the Ruffian. One doesn't equate the other, just sort of bring it up. And obviously, Klarovich, they're hoping that she does well this year. But it's how confident can you be after the last 2?
Grade 1 placed as the #1 past the Champagne, she's still trying to get back on track as she came back this year in 2022 after a big layoff. She won an allowance race at Gulfstream and then was just beaten in the Wayward last behind Tap Dance Fever. I was there that day. We covered the race on America's Day at the Races, and it just kind of felt like she was supposed to win this race.
I thought she was brilliant here, relatively speaking.
Okay.
Because she dueled with a horse that got absolutely trashed, that came back and won her next start in Beth's Dream. And the horse that beat her has got a perfect trip to nail her. I get what you're saying, but she did all the dirty work. And, you know, they went 144 for a mile and 16th, and these are some talented older horses after going a 23 and 2 47s. They were moving. Now, I did not like her effort in the Barbara Fritchie. That was decided step back for her. But she can be forward in this race, and the race 2 back was good enough. She's got to be so frustrating to them because her Ashland was great against Malathot in just her 3rd start. Malathot just nailing her at the wire. And then she blows up in Kentucky Oaks, and they can't really keep her on the track. But if she's good, she's very good. And you have to hope, if you have this filly, that she can continue to, I should say, race mare now. She's 5 years old. She's so lightly raced. If she can stay sound for a period of time, maybe she can put together some big wins because she's got some talent.
She has the talent, that's for sure. Can she bring it to the racetrack tomorrow in the Grade 3 Distaff Handicap? That'll kick off the weekend's graded stakes action with some big questions to answer as far as those fillies and mares are concerned. But we know that Claiborne Farm has a great history in the sport of horse racing, but what about the people there? Dell Hancock, with a real passion for photography and horses, we'll learn a little bit more about her story after this.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hard-working people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
I guess I was in my 20s, early 20s, when I really started pursuing photography seriously. The reason I got into photography was when my father died. I'd done some work when I was in high school on the yearbook and all, and everybody else had something to do on the farm, and I thought, well, nobody's doing this, and that'll suit me. And so it My passion for photography grew through my love of the farm and the horses. Well, Seabiscuit was raised right there, and when I was a kid, I was learning to read, and we put the names of important horses on the stall, and it's there permanently. And I can remember walking down and going, Seabiscuit, that is the craziest name. And then I started riding competitively when I was a kid. And I had a nice pony, and I went, you know, to horse shows all the time. And my love for horses grew through my love for riding. And then when we were kind of thrust into ownership of the farm, it was just a natural. Oh, sure, I've got some all-time favorites. You know, I've got one picture of Secretariat that he was such a magnificent horse and so important to racing, really. And I love it. And then there's some farm scenes that I really love. I like that one. There's Blame in the Snow. I love that one because I love Blame. A garden. Some wildlife things that, you know, you do here and there that I really like. If I was just going around and those foxes were in a barn. I love those foxes. But then I found some of these pictures. There's Julie Crone and Shoemaker. Pink Eye. Stevie Cawthon. That's when he was 16. There's Cordero. There's Shug when he was quite young. I'd say early morning light and late evening light here at the farm are my favorite times. But anytime you're around a good horse, it's fun to try to capture them, no matter if it's here at the farm or if it's at the racetrack.
And Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And that goes for all aspects of Claiborne Farm. Love getting a chance to see that feature. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we continue on with the live racing action here at the Big A on this Thursday afternoon. Race 4 coming up next. It's a $32,000 claiming race, 6 furlongs on the main track. There's a look at the field. The number 3, Glory Road, currently 6-5, Andy.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, this is a horse that you have familiarity with, running in New York, consistently running good figures that make her contentious in here. We'll see how much pace he gets. You do have a very big scratch in this race with the number 1, Lenangra 2 coming out, and that's the reason that Reed Kahn's taking so much money to 5, because many will consider him to be the controlling speed, though I think Golden Wand may have something to say about that. I don't have a big knock on Glory Road. I just don't love his running style and didn't think his recent form gave him a gigantic edge potentially over either of the 2 outside horses who are much better prices.
The number 7, Golden Wand, to the outside, does have a little bit of early speed, and that could be to his benefit given the scratch of the inside runner who seemed to be the controlling pace in here. When that happens, it does kind of open up the race to a little bit more chaos, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be disappointed if he's not forward, and I'm not saying he's going to be in front of Reed Kahn, but at least sitting outside of that one and see how quick the pace is. I think his last race was just a very good prep race off of a layoff. This is a trainer who's done well with the few horses he shipped in New York, 4 for 14 with his starters in the dirt with a 338 ROI.
Of course, has Little Vic coming up on Saturday in the Carter, too. Here's the number 2, Charlie 5-0.
This one looks to be over his head, but he, too, could show some speed.
Next will be your favorite, 4-5 now on Glory Road.
Yeah, I don't think he's worth 4-5, though I can understand why people like him. And if the pace does get genuine, he'll be tough to beat.
Does have some consistency as well. The 4 is out. Here's the 5, Reed Kahn reclaim from Matkin, I should say, Cantermasi.
I don't like this horse at all. He had the run of the race last time in a very, very soft spot and barely held on. I'll be shocked if he's effective here.
2-1 right now as Manny Franco retains the mount. Hero Tiger is next.
He's got some races that are good enough. You know, you look at his last race in New York, he ran behind Dr. Ardito, who the connections were thinking about running in the Carter, running figures that give him a chance. He is far from out of it.
And Golden Wand to the outside for Juan Avila.
And I'm hoping he can be forwardly placed for a smart barn here. Second off, a little bit of a freshening. Maybe he can find his good form that he had in the past.
That's the field for race number 4, 4 to 5. It's a very short price on the number 3 Glory Road.
Yeah, I think this horse is massively overbet at this point. Now listen, the horse that I like has not been in great form, so I can understand that. The 6 Hero Tiger, not familiar with the trainer. It's a trainer switch from the prior trainer, had done well with him. Reed Khan is a second choice at 2 to 1, so maybe he's supposed to be 4 to 5. I think Reed Khan is overbet. And the thing about Glory Road is that he's comfort food in here, right?
I like that. It's a good way to put it.
You know that he consistently runs figures in the high 70s. Even now, he was running faster before that. He doesn't seem to run much slower. There does appear to be enough pace on paper. The speed's maybe a bit vulnerable. So I get why he's a short price. He just doesn't do a lot for me, but he's the horse to beat.
For more on this field, as horses begin their warm-ups, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
And Acacia, I couldn't get past Glory Road in here. I know he's a very short price, and dynamically he may be up against it, but he by far looks the best, is moving the best out there. So I just really like what I see, and he's a dependable sort in that he always seems to run the same sort of race. He's always kind of mid-70 buyer average, and that's what you get from him day in and day out. Is number 5 Reed Can is a reclaim for the Cantor Mossies here. They've had him twice before. This reclaim off the win. And he looks good. I mean, honestly, it's one of the better times I've seen him moving out there. He's carrying great coat and great flesh and excellent coat to him. I don't have any problems with him here, and he could be the one that's out there in front, though I will say the sharpest horse in these preliminaries is a horse I'll get to in a second. Sorry. I want to talk about number 6, Hero Tiger. Okay, I saw him going back to December when he ran 3rd in that optional allowance, and this does not look like the same horse. Trainer change, I don't know why. I really think that John Kirby does a good job with the limited number of starters that he has. His horses are well turned out. This guy's not carrying the same flesh that I saw, not quite as free behind as I saw from him going back to that effort back in December. He's a decent price. I don't want to be too critical of him, but just, again, not the same horse that I saw 3 months ago. As we'll also take a look at that horse shipping in, Golden Juan. He is very sharp. So as Andy pointed out, could give Reed Can some headaches on the front end. He got very washy in the paddock. Again, taking that type of demeanor with a grain of salt today, given the humidity and the very warm spring day that we're having here. He looks good overall, but again, Acacia, it just all pushed me back to your very heavy favorite in here in number 3, Glory Road.
He's living up to that favoritism. Maggie, thank you. We'll see what he does here in this 4th race. There's a look at your favorite making a nice impression on the racetrack. Dylan Davis going to be aboard once again, and he is a horse that, as you mentioned, Andy, he needs a little bit of a setup in here, but he has been very consistent, whereas maybe that's kind of the question with a couple of the others. Do they belong at this level? Are they going to get the right kind of trip? This is a horse, even if he doesn't win, he always seems to run his race.
Yeah, I mean, there are horses that are overbet, that are the 3 to 4 to 5, that you think, like, this horse is not... Like the horse that got put up in the first race, state 1 to 2, and even though she potentially laid over the field, she's not exactly a tasty kind of bet. I get it. I get it with Glory Road. I really do. I understand why he's taking that money. It's very hard to trust the 2 outside horses. I picked the 7. Maggie and Leva, the 6, looked who I thought was a contender, but I value that opinion and focus more on the 7. I don't get Reed Khan at all in here. I'm not saying he couldn't finish 2nd, but I'm not a big fan.
Tasty, comfort food. Do you have lunch today?
I had a little breakfast earlier. It's tough when we get on here at 1. Believe me, I believe me. I could take a lot of meals off. I need to start taking a few meals off, as well as snacks.
I do like the comfort food phrase, though. I think I'm going to steal that moving forward. 3 to 5 on Glory Road in this upcoming 4th race. We're going to take a quick pause to welcome in our regional network. Stay with us as we have the 4th race coming up on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports Southern California, we're so happy to have you with us. Acacia Clement and Andy Serling with you on the desk. Maggie Wolfendale reporting. And Andy, it's Wood Memorial Week.
No, it's great to be here. You come back, and we're on the turf tomorrow. The Wood is on Saturday. Spring is here. The weather is nice, and a lot of great racing ahead of us. We'll be here for a few more weeks, and then heading over to Belmont, getting back to Belmont on Derby weekend.
Beautiful Belmont Park indeed. Race 4 at Aqueduct coming up, though, as our next order of business. $32,000 claiming race going 6 furlongs. Glory Road is your 3 to 5 favorite.
Yeah, and he is consistently faster. And you'll see his morning line, and some will say, well, he was a much bigger price morning line. No, well, Longren 2 coming out took out a clear-cut second choice from this race. And even Gaslight, who I thought was very, very dangerous, near coming out as well. You took out a 3-to-1 shot, an 8-to-1 shot. That's why he's 3 to 5. He's the fastest horse. He doesn't have a lot of speed. We'll see how the pace plays out, but he's a consistent sort who just seems like the one to beat. I'm going to try to beat him with the 7, Golden Wand, who I think should be stalking Reed Kahn in this race. I don't have any illusions. It's not going to be easy, but I'm going to take a small chance. I think he's the most likely upsetter, much more so than the number 5.
And with the scratches, that's a big reason of why we're seeing a lot of money coming in for Reed Kahn, who is stepping up off of the claim for the Cantor Massey barn. And they've actually had this horse twice before, back in 2021 and just recently at the start of the year. But this is a horse that does have some early foot. And while he may not necessarily be at this level, tactically speaking, he could have a bit of an advantage given the scratches.
Potentially, though I think the Golden Wand is supposed to be sitting right outside of him, and he had an easy tactical advantage against a weaker field just the other day and barely held on to victory. So I don't really care that, yes, Longren 2 was definitely good for Reed Kahn. I don't think it matters.
Late pick 5 kicking off here in the 4th race at the Big A. Of course, coming up on Saturday, the Grade 2 Wood Memorial, but plenty of other stakes races to look forward to as well with the Bayshore, the Carter, the Gazelle. Exciting times.
No, this is the best time of the year, right? With all this, all the good racing coming up, and that's very strange.
We'll get a chance to see some big 3-year-olds in the Wood Memorial trying to get some really important points to get into the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby. The first Saturday in May will be here before we know it.
I'm going to go.
Are you?
I am going to go.
Very exciting.
Yeah. My second Derby.
Only your second?
I went in 21
well,
for the first time.
I say that. I've only been once myself.
I haven't. It's a long, crowded day.
Yeah. Do they know you're going to be there?
They know now. I've just released
the world
it's
is aware.
been released to the public. There's expect a press release any minute now.
I feel a lot better now that that's out there. Race number 4 coming up next at Aqueduct. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
All set. And they're off. Golden Wand breaks very well from the outside draw. It's Golden Wand, and in between horses, here comes Reed Kahn. And Reed Kahn is a neck in front. Down to the inside is going to be Charlie 5-0. Plenty of pace on early. Off of them is Glory Road, who moves towards the outside, is drifting there with Hero Tiger. They're the 2 trailers. Reed Kahn is in front. It's Reed Kahn who's up by a neck. Golden Wand is in pursuit, stalking from second. Just in behind them is Charlie 5-0. Was taken off the pace as they move into that turn. 22-3 for that opening quarter mile for Reed Kahn. Trying to cut into the margin is Golden Wand. Charlie 5-0 is trying to re-rally the big long shot. From the back, Glory Road is running on, but still has 5 lengths to make up, and is just slowly making up the ground. At the back gets Hero Tiger. Reed Kahn is doing it very nicely so far. It's Reed Kahn who's got a quarter mile left to go, has repelled the challenge from Golden Wand, hugs the rail and kicks for home. Reed Kahn and Manny Franco are clear. Charlie 5-0 is up on the grandstand side, is chasing. Glory Road has got to pick it up and is starting to pick up some momentum. It is still Reed Kahn fending them off, has a 4-length cushion, but they're getting closer. Reed Kahn approaches the 16th pole. Glory Road is absolutely rolling down towards the inside. Reed Kahn pleading for the wire. Glory Road is lunging. Glory Road in time. Glory Road gets up over Reed Kahn. Then came Charlie 5-0 in 1 minute 12.80 seconds.
Reed Kahn did everything he possibly could to try and wire the field, but just too much. Glory Road at the end, who was able to run him down late.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a function of Reed Kahn running very well or Glory Road in victory not running as well, but he gets the job done. But he certainly gave some anxious moments. The people took a short price on him, but this race just completely fell apart in the late stages as the 1-2 Glory Road gets it done.
Able to run up the inside, too, always staying on the rail. Dylan Davis urging Glory Road along, and I guess certainly aided by the fact that it did look like Reed Can was getting a little bit leg weary and drifting off the rail there, too, to make some space for Glory Road to come running. You could even hear it in Chris Griffin's call. Pleading for the wire was Reed Can, who tried to take them every step of the way. You did see Jason Juarez on the outside on Golden Juan. I saw him really try to have him be forward out of the gate. Reed Can just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, a little bit quicker, but really he didn't have that much of an advantage. Golden Juan, who I liked, was absolutely awful in here. He had no excuse whatsoever.
1-2 favorite with the win, 3-5-2-7 in the fourth at Aqueduct. We'll bring you prices when we come back and more discussion of some of the big stakes we have coming up this weekend in New York. Stay with us, a whole lot more to come on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Premium hospitality and reserved seats for the Belmont Stakes are on sale now. For a limited time only, any purchase over $200 will earn you a free $25 wagering gift card. Bet the race is on us. Secure your seats at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us. Now that's a beautiful shot. Look how good that turf looks, Andy. It's back in action tomorrow.
Those blankets we put on them over the winter really make such a huge difference. And they started coming off last week, and turf's looking great. And can't wait to get back to racing on it tomorrow.
It'll be really exciting to see some turf racing back here in New York. That is certainly the sign that spring has sprung. Back in race 4 today, though, at Aqueduct. The number 3, Glory Road, just a little bit too much. Racehorse running late and able to run down the pace-setting Reed Can.
Yeah, no, Reed Can ran well today, but he just, I mean, you could almost visibly see him hitting the wall at the end. The last 1/8 of a mile in just under 14 seconds. And Glory Road, who did not run that well today, got it done regardless.
1-2 favorite with the win, piloted by Dylan Davis, who's standing by with Maggie.
With Dylan, Acacia, and let's talk about Glory Road, a horse that sometimes gets a little pace compromised, but I kind of noticed what you did. You went over to the rail along the turn to try to save as much ground. How important is that in the running of a race, especially when you're dealing with a closer?
Of course, you want to save every inch of ground. Going into that top of that turn, I was faced 4 wide if I were to keep him in the clear. Opted to go to the rail. He's won on the rail with me before previously, so I wasn't a second guess. And it just kept opening up for me, so there was no reason to change paths down the stretch. And to be honest, when I got in there next to Franco, he surged even more. He jumped into the bridle, and he just was really exciting finish for me. Yeah.
Is that uncommon for horses to kind of want to run inside of others?
Definitely, yeah. They feel intimidated, especially when they're closing. They can't really see directly in front of them, so they kind of have that panoramic view. So they're kind of second guessing themselves. But with my encouragement and him listening to me, trusting me, he keeps running for us, and that was a great finish.
He's a cool horse that just seems to always show up, too. But do want to ask you about the horse that you're riding in this Saturday's Wood Memorial. Slip Mahoney, you've had success on him and getting back aboard him on Saturday, I should say. Talk a little bit about your experience with him, going those one-turn miles. How do you think he negotiates a two-turn mile and an eighth now?
I think he'll handle it great. Well, when I've ridden him at the one-turn mile, he breaks well with me, handles the competition in company well. He's very competitive. I think he's going to be forwardly placed going into that turn. I haven't got a quick glance at that race, but I love my post position, the 5-hole, and just my plans are to come out running and put him forwardly. He's closed in his last race, but I think he likes to be involved in the mix, so we'll put him in there. I'll take a quick talk with Brad about what his thoughts are, but I think he likes to be involved, and it really shows out his grittiness.
Yeah, likely to be a slower pace than what we saw last time out in the Gotham. Well, Dylan, wishing you the best of luck with him, but congrats here at Glory Road.
Thanks, Maggie. Right.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Big day coming up on Saturday for Dylan Davis with Slip Mahoney for Brad Cox. He piloted that horse to break his maiden, and that was one who came from very far off of it in the Gotham. We'll see if he can turn things around. We'll have to step forward, though, in the Wood Memorial.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of horses in there that need to take a step forward. Obviously, hit show hampered by the outside draw, but he is way the horse to beat even with that post.
That's the field for race number 5 coming up next. And no surprise, Spirit of St. Louis, the number 6, at 2-5 favorite right now. As time flies when you're having fun, that'll do it for us, Andy.
Well, I think we'll be back together tomorrow,
Yes.
so I'll see you then. We'll see you guys then, but you got Richie and Greg coming up, so.
It's nice for me to be able to say, I'll see you tomorrow. Stay with us for a lot more live racing coming up on America's Day at the Races. And this weekend on Saturday on Fox, you have the opportunity to see the Wood Memorial on Big Fox at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're really excited for the opportunity to highlight some of the great racing that we have here in New York. We'll take a quick time out. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way on America's Day at the Races.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's followed by
Danzig was with Woody Stevens special that he called Seth one day after he was 3 for 3 and was fast and had a problem and looked like he was going to have to retire him, and said, "You need to stand this horse." And he talked him into doing it, and he turned out to be one of the premier stallions of his time.
Danzig's one of the legends of Claiborne, and his influence is far and wide throughout the thoroughbred gene pool today. And you'll look through and see a great influence of Danzig, and we're just trying to keep it going here at Claiborne with Silver State, War of Will, and Warfront. So we feel like we're in a great position, especially with War of Will and Silver State, to keep it going. We love War of Will's foals. Like I said, Silver State has a great book of mares, and he's going to have a really big chance of continuing that legacy.
The Danzig line 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people weren't sure what it was going to do. And it's still continuing on with Hard Spun and Warfront, who now the sons of Warfront are looking like they could be really okay on a number of fronts. So that was one of the reasons for War of Will, plus the fact he won a classic on the dirt with the Preakness, and then come back and win a grade 1 on the dirt or on the turf at a mile. So he's a big, pretty horse. He's gotten well supported, and Mr. Barber's bred a lot of very, very nice mares to him, and the offspring are good so far.
Continuing live coverage of this Thursday program from Aqueduct here at South Ozone Park. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually, well, Greg Wolf, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. Richard Migliori stepping in for Acacia and Andy. Best part of the card still to come. And, of course, the big one this weekend, final stop of the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. Major prep anyway, that Wood Memorial. We're looking forward to live coverage this Saturday on Big Fox, and 13 horses lining up.
Yeah, big field, and reminiscent of back in the day, horse like Foolish Pleasure actually won from post 15 back in 1975 before going on to win the Kentucky Derby. So it's nice to see a big field, and it looks like weather's going to cooperate too.
Yeah, that's some of the best news that we received. Wide open picture this year, one of the most wide open Derby fields we have seen in many, many years. This is a look at the lineup on Saturday, not just the Wood Memorial. Carter Handicap, grade 1 with some intriguing storylines. Canrepo Rocks, who has become just a totally different horse. Keep it going. He's going to try and win his 5th in a row. Grade 3 Gazelle on the road to this year's Kentucky Oaks. And the grade 3 Bayshore as well on a loaded, stakes-filled Saturday lineup. Big one, though, our ABR race of the week. Who will punch their ticket to this year's Kentucky Derby? Grade 2, Wood Memorial, mile and an eighth, $750,000 purse on the line. And the name in here, if there is one, it's Hit Show for Brad Cox, with several other Derby contenders. This horse has done very little wrong. 3 wins from 4 career starts. It's only defeat against a horse who'd come back and win later on the Derby trail, and he's been the favorite every single time he's lined up.
Yeah, and he's already won at Aqueduct at the mile and an eighth distance. Now, different scenario. That was a 7-horse field, and he was post 4 of 7. He's tactical. He kind of, was able to stalk a pretty tepid kind of early pace. I like the way he finished, and he finished resolutely. Post 13 is a huge obstacle. He's a horse that doesn't have enough speed to clear, and he's not slow where he's going to drop out. Manny Franco's going to have to find that gap between flights someplace to try to tuck in somewhere.
And how do you negotiate that? Because that first turn, and the reason it's such a problem, it comes up right away at this mile and an eighth configuration here.
Yeah, you're talking about a 16th of a mile, maybe a little bit more with the run up, 120 yards, let's say, to the turn. It's difficult. I still think you got to come out forward and be looking to get your position going forward and find that break between flights. There's not a lot of clear-cut speed in here other than Arctic Arrogance. I mean, there are a couple of horses lightly raced. Maybe Uncle Jake, who went wire-to-wire going, basically wire-to-wire last time going a mile at Laurel. Maybe he has a little speed, but I don't see where there's going to be a tremendous amount of separation with this field. I think a lot of horses have very similar kind of pace figures.
Potential to be hung 7, 8, even more wide, at least around that first turn for the horse who's going to be the favorite in that Wood Memorial. As we take a look at the remaining Derby preps, the big ones, the 100-point races, we've had a few of them already. These are the ones that remain, the Wood, the Bluegrass, Santa Anita Derby, all on Saturday. And then sort of that last stop for those already with some points, that Lexington
going to need some points already accumulated, 20 points to the winner in that race.
Yeah, it feels like the Lexington's their last stab at making the Derby field, and it's a quick turnaround from that Lexington, that being April 15th, and the Derby the first Saturday of May. But I think exactly what you're saying, their last opportunity to gain enough points to get a berth.
Charismatic did it.
Charismatic did it, but Charismatic was definitely a horse that we saw over like a 2-month period completely changed. He blossomed. You know, the ugly duckling turned into the swan.
That was for the coach, of course, Dwayne Lucas. Going to be a fun Saturday afternoon. We hope you join us. Of course, the big one, live coverage on Big Fox from the Big Apple Wood Memorial. Final stop on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. We hope to see you this weekend. It will be fun. 13 lining up. Great edition of this race as well. And for the favorite, too, with those issues, he's got to come from that tough draw and that outside post. Be fun to see how it plays out. Fifth, coming up next on our Thursday card here. This is 1 1/8 miles. It's the start of the Pick 4 and a New York bred entry-level allowance. You see 1-2 on Spirit of St. Louis. Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, debut. It was a big one, but it was on a sloppy sealed track in the debut. Can he do it now against winners? Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, I think you have to call into question the overall quality of that field, too. Yes, Olympic Dreams was in there. He finished third, and he came back to win with a respectable buyer who he'll also face in here yet again. But the argument could be made that he is facing some tougher competition, as horses typically do when they face winners for the first time. I was not in the paddock for Spirit of St. Louis's first race, but I like what I'm seeing here from that overall perspective. He's dappled head to toe, great conditioning, just all things you come to expect with these top-level trainers like Chad Brown. And he is by Medaglia d'Oro. He's also a half-brother to Breeders' Cup sprint winner, or filly and mare sprint winner, Bar of Gold. She was a bit better going shorter, and I'm just not sure, you know, second start of his career, if 1 1/8 miles is really going to be to his liking, because I do really like number 5 in here, Golden Code. I know he was a little bit disappointing, and I think he was with the racetrack last time, and that's why he came back to dead heat for third when it looked as though he was going to finish a clear-cut 4th in there. But I really like the 1 1/8 miles distance for him. I know the only other time he tried it was in the Wood Memorial, tougher company, and also it was followed by a lengthy break, so obviously something happened in that race, you would have to think. He's just a tall, leggy horse that he just screams 9 furlongs to me. And furthermore, third off the layoff now for Todd Pletcher. He's really bulked up quite a bit and really paints just a lovely picture here in the paddock, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Post-parade coming up. Certainly a lot of questions with the big favorite in here. It was a brilliant debut. You can't ask for much more. 91 buyer speed figure, dominated that field that he faced first time out. But it was a wet track. It is going to be a lot tougher competition this time around, so there are some questions to be answered.
Yeah, there are questions. I mean, I'm a little bit, to be honest, blinded by his pedigree. You know, obviously Bar of Gold, Chester Mary Broman bred the mare. Concord Kid, this horse's mother, Bar of Gold's mother, I actually broke her maiden at Belmont going 6 furlongs on the turf. She actually wound up being a stakes winner on turf, but she's been a producer. Every horse that she's thrown has been able to run at some level, and this horse showed that kind of precocity. Now he has to show he can do it on a fast track, and that's what you have to ask yourself. Do you want him at that short a price doing something for the first time?
And he's got to show that he wants 1 1/8 miles as well.
I think that might be the bigger question, just what Maggie talked about. You know, that the family maybe not really wanting 9 furlongs. And it's a big step from a 1-turn mile to a 2-turn 1 1/8 miles here at Belmont. I know people say, oh, it's only 1/8 of a mile. They're run completely differently, these races. You know, the 1-turn mile, more of an elongated sprint.
That's the man who will be riding the big favorite in here in those silks we know well on this circuit from Peter Brandt. And Manny Franco continuing to get opportunities for Chad Brown. He's coming off winning yet another meet title here in New York, the winter meet at Aqueduct. And seems like he's gained a lot of trust with this barn showing up in big moments for them. And it elevates the rider's confidence. When the trainer and owners show that kind of confidence in the rider, it elevates you. It makes you feel like you're more than capable. And listen, Manny's winning at 25% on the year. So not only did he win enough races to be leading rider, he's winning at that kind of percentage. Incredible strike rate. And he's on the 1-2 favorite here, who he rode in the debut. And only have to beat 4 rivals in this spot. Now you have Golden Code. You say, who wants a distance in here? And maybe it's a question mark for this horse. Golden Code getting another crack at it for Todd Pletcher, who tried a 1 1/8 in the Wood Memorial last year. That's the only time he tried a 1 1/8. And then Mason Mania was a distant second on a sloppy sealed track at a 1 1/8 3 starts back.
Yeah, but Golden Code, obviously something went awry in that Wood Memorial. You can't say that it was the 1 1/8 when a horse gets beat 51 lengths, right? And then he went to the shelf, and 3rd start off the bench, 1 1/8, he could be primed for his best.
Cat Sugarbake went by, Jose Gomez aboard, and we jumped to the 4 at 10-1 with Trevor McCarthy.
I thought this horse improved, got a really nice outside draw last time, kind of galloped into the race the right way.
Here's Golden Code for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Jose Ortiz back in town.
Yeah, should be primed for his best. The 3rd off the bench, going to 1 1/8, a horse that was on last year's Kentucky Derby trail.
3-5 favorite now, Spirit of St. Louis for Chad Brown.
Eye-catching debut, now faces winners, stretches another furlong, and gets a fast track.
And Mason Mania does have that second at a 1 1/8 back on January 5th.
Yeah, so he's already shown he's capable of getting the distance. Good effort last time when beating the nose. He's interesting.
4-time winner as well, who just missed by a nose at this condition last time out. Eric Cancel will be aboard for Jeremiah Engelhardt there on the outside. You can play this pick 4. All the action all weekend long. Our Derby prep on Saturday in the Wood by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. That promo code. Bonus 200. Get that $200 deposit match sign up after your first deposit. Again, NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Back to the Pletcher runner in here, 4-year-old Son of Honor Code. Golden Code. And, back to your point about the Wood Memorial, that maybe it wasn't the distance, maybe it was just the competition. Something probably went awry. We didn't see him again for a long time. He went to the shelf from April 9th to February 23rd. So you have to think more it was something went amiss in that race that maybe he didn't like the distance.
Yeah, when you see a horse throw in a subpar effort like that, and then they go to the bench, I think it's an educated assumption that something went wrong physically and the horse needed time to recover. And, he came back, he sprinted, probably not really a 6.5 furlong type horse, but got something out of it and came back and improved again, stretching to a mile.
3rd in the Gotham behind Horse of the Time. Looked like he was going to be super talented. Morello, he started to have some issues getting out of the gate as he's progressed, but still graded stakes placed with more on the 5. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Greg, this is his final vote of confidence from me. I'm going to send the divorce papers if he does not run well here. But once again, I can't get over him. I can't get over how good he looks out in the racetrack, back in the paddock. And I admit I was disappointed with his effort last time, but I really think the 1 1/8 should suit him. But let's talk about the horse who has some experience, as you hinted at, some decent experience and success going this 1 1/8 distance, and that's Mason Mania, who will try it at the fast track for the first time. And I'm okay with that. Now, last time, as he does come out of the same race as Golden Code, he did spend a lot of time on the rail, which was good that day. But then he switched outside and he put in this relentless run, but the horse more to the inside and simply was able to get the nod over him. And the thing I like about him today is that I kind of thought during those more winter races, his coat looked a bit long and dull, and yet still running well. But now his coat's kind of come in. It has that more of that shine to it, which I appreciate. Just speaks of a horse with the season changing that's doing very well. And for me, if you're gonna try to beat the favorite in here, which we've all brought up reasons to be suspect of this heavy favorite in number 6, Spirit of St. Louis, I really felt like it was, this is very logical and I'm not unearthing anything groundbreaking here, but I really thought it was the 5 and 7, and Mason Mania feels like one that is very competitive at the distance and 2 going the right way, Greg.
See what happens here. It'll be a massive upset in these multi-race wagers if this one were to get beat. Spirit of St. Louis, short price to take on a horse trying a lot of things, as we said, a fast track, new distance, facing winners for the first time, but obviously, especially from this barn, you sort of expect them, when they show that kind of talent too, to continue and move forward.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Chad Brown is very good with first-time starters, all kinds of horses. But I don't think he's a guy that cranks them up to win first time where they're not going to continue to improve. They're going to, you know, they're not all in first time, I guess is the best way to put it. But again, you have to ask yourself, do you want a horse at that short a price trying something, or a few things that are new for the first time? First time in this distance, first time 2 turns, first time on a fast track. Listen, I'm not going to be surprised when he wins. I thought he showed a great deal of quality and ability in his first start. He's got the pedigree to back him up. But at 3 to 5, I'm going to take a little swing with the 5 as well, Golden Coat. I love what I saw on the racetrack. Maggie, you know, reinforced that. And, you know, this is a horse that finished 3rd in the Gotham last year. He's the same age as Spirit of St. Louis. He just started younger, right, earlier. So he has a different kind of foundation.
And obviously, Hall of Fame barn, Todd Pletcher, that can get them going the right way eventually, even if they'll take a little bit of time here. But a horse who certainly did flash some talent. This horse would be a bit of a shock. Comes in from Penn National. Kaz Sugarbank. Huge price here with the Eclipse Award winner as Outstanding Apprentice.
I think this horse makes the lead.
Back in the day.
I think this horse makes the lead. You know, inside post, being by bank heist, you know, it doesn't scream 1 1/8 to me. But from the inside, I think it gives the 5 Golden Code the opportunity to kind of stalk and see what's happening. He's got Spirit of St. Louis right to his outside. But at least it gives him a target, something to kind of keep his attention.
It's interesting. What will this horse do? Because this 5 Golden Code, it's a horse who actually showed sprint speed. He went pretty much gate to wire going 7/8 of a mile when he broke his maiden. He could be... he probably is the fastest horse in the race. Now, whether if he's forwardly placed or not, we'll find out.
Well, you know, Jose Ortiz is not a rider that takes anything away that comes easy, but he also won't force the hand. So, you know, having potentially the other speed right inside of him gives him some options. And to be honest, you're more concerned with the 6 horse directly outside of you, Spirit of St. Louis. This is the horse to beat. So if you have a chance to kind of keep him packed just outside of you and hold your position and make sure you have a comfortable, unencumbered, you know, spot, that's pretty much what a jockey's job is, right? You want to compromise your competition as much as possible within the boundaries of the rules. Sometimes you don't know where those boundaries are.
And sometimes we see riders go just over the edge, as we saw earlier in today's card.
Yeah, you don't have those posted signs, no trespassing. You might go over the line a little bit.
How difficult is that, too? We're talking about Dylan Davis, too, who got DQ'd back in the first. As you're trying to meet a horse and engage with another, how tough is it to keep from going over that line when your horse is swinging down to meet another horse?
Well, that's the art of race riding, and done properly, it's an art. It's it's those subtle movements that put a horse onto another horse to engage him without making contact, right? Now, earlier in the day when Dylan was disqualified, it wasn't that subtle. I mean, and what underscored it was the white bridle. So when he was changing his hold on his reins to kind of guide his horse in to meet the other horse's challenge, it was glaring because that white bridle stood out. Maybe another reason why trainers should think about maybe white bridles aren't the best thing.
It's certainly food for thought. You'd pointed that out to me off air. It certainly makes sense. There's your 1 of 2 favorites. Spirit of St. Louis, Medaglia d'Oro, 4-year-old. Brilliant in the debut. On that sloppy sealed track, he'll get fast going, meet winners, go longer than he did in the debut today. Gets an extra 1/8 of a mile coming up.
Yeah, going to be interesting. You know, and for me as a racing fan, if Spirit of St. Louis delivers and he's impressive again, that's exciting because he's an exciting New York bred prospect with a great pedigree. From a gambling or wagering standpoint, maybe there's opportunity here if he's not able to get the mile and 1/8.
Here we go. Late pick 4 begins here in this 5th. 2 turns, mile and 1/8. Same configuration we'll see in Saturday's Wood Memorial on the road to the Kentucky Derby, with that first turn coming up awfully quick. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin for the call.
Spirit of St. Louis. Mason Mania. Goes in. All set. And And they're off. Step slow for Mason Mania, who's at the back end of the field. Cash Sugar Bank is asked for speed. There's Olympic Dreams 2 wide. 3 wide is Golden Code. And 4 wide is going to be Spirit of St. Louis. Manny Franco is trying to rein in Spirit of St. Louis, but they're going to be 4 wide around that first turn. Mason Mania was off slowly as the trailer, but tightly bunched. 2.5 lengths would cover them all as they work around this turn. It's Cash Sugar Bank, Jose Gomez, now with the neck in front. Olympic Dreams is stalking right there in second, and Golden Code is out wider in third. Spirit of St. Louis is not able to save any ground as they work to the backstretch. Is still 4 wide, and the trailer is Mason Mania, but only a length and a half off the leading quartet. They went 24-4 for an easy opening quarter mile. Cash Sugar Bank to the inside, now back in front. Olympic Dreams is challenging. They're head and head. Golden Code, Jose Ortiz stalking from third and now pushes the button. Here comes Jose Ortiz, 3 wide coming after the leaders. Olympic Dreams is still in front. Still wide is Spirit of St. Louis. The favorite at 1-2 has been 4 wide the entire journey. Mason Mania is tucked in between rivals. 50.31 for that half-mile time, and they go into the far turn with less than a half-mile to go, and they turn up the pressure. Olympic Dreams is kicked on. Golden Code. Here's Spirit of St. Louis just cruising up on the outside. It's Spirit of St. Louis, and all in. Golden Code is in between horses, dropping back Cash Sugar Bank. Mason Mania is looking to split rivals as well. Olympic Dreams is still there. Spirit of St. Louis has not been asked yet. Manny Franco just took a look back. Spirit of St. Louis reaches the top of the stretch, but he's in a fight as Olympic Dreams has shrugged him off so far. Olympic Dreams to the inside. Spirit of St. Louis is trying to push on by. Very game to the inside as Olympic Dreams hugs the rail. It's Olympic Dreams is back up by a full length. Spirit of St. Louis is trying to come back on the outside. They reach the 16th pole. It's Olympic Dreams. Spirit of St. Louis is going to try one final time. Olympic Dreams gets a hard-fought victory. Spirit of St. Louis, Mason Mania, then Cash Sugar Bank in 1 minute 54.53 seconds.
Spirit of St. Louis finished, what, more than 12 lengths in front of this horse in that debut win this time. Olympic Dreams turns the tables. Was there an incident in the stretch, though?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this horse got a terrific ride from Trevor McCarthy. It was a slow pace, got his position going forward, while Spirit of St. Louis has hung out 4 or 5 wide throughout. Watch coming up right in here. You see Trevor go to a left-handed crop. He's going to take a step out. Now, without seeing the head-on, we don't know how drastic it was. Actually, he didn't go. I thought he went straight. He never went to the left hand. And Spirit of St. Louis did jump back to his left lead, but it didn't look like a lot there. Until you see a head-on, though, you really can't say for sure.
So here it is, big favorite in those green silks to the outside. Down on the inside, your eventual winner, 15-1. That's Trevor McCarthy. Yes, still right-handed. Still right-handed. And there it is.
Yeah, that wasn't much, guys. I thought watching the pan shot when Spirit of St. Louis jumped back to his left lead, I thought it might have been contact. He really didn't make any contact. He came out to him. Trevor did a good job to straighten him up and keep him going forward at the same time. The runner-up had a tough trip, Spirit of St. Louis.
Yeah, he's 4 wide, just went all the way around the racetrack early on, and we can go back to it, maybe take a look. That's the problem that Hit Show may have to deal with an even bigger field. You don't have to make contact, though. You could take away ground, and it could still be just as damning, but you don't think this was enough?
I thought this was mild at best. And it appeared to me like Olympic Dreams, his ears. If you watch his ears, he was already spotting where the tracks are made from where the horses load in the gate. Even though they raked that, there's still footprints, and I think he spotted that, and that's what made him take a step out more than anything else. Because his ears kind of went up, and that's usually signals that a horse is looking at something. Think of their ears as like radar, and that his radar detected a little bit of different contour in the ground.
Unofficially 4-6, 7-1, 15-1 upset. Should it stand? With Olympic Dreams turning the tables on Spirit of St. Louis. We'll be back with the prices when it goes official right after this. Big one on the road to the Derby. Final stop coming up in New York on Saturday. And, of course, the leader in the clubhouse right now. Or is he after that performance in the Florida Derby? Some left a little underwhelmed with the 2-year-old champ and his final prep of the Florida Derby. We'll talk about his chances when we come back.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Bally Sports SoCal, San Diego as well. Home of the Rockettes, Radio City. Play all the action with NYRA Bets. Get signed up, started, play away. Big upset here. Olympic Dreams. Big turning of the tables, dominated by Spirit of St. Louis when they met back on February 17th. Now Olympic Dreams has come back to win 2 in a row. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And here with Pat Quick, sending out Olympic Dreams. And I kind of heard the tail end of what Trevor McCarthy was telling you, and our own Richard Migliori saying it too, that he was just kind of playing around out there and looking at the tracks and the track.
He was. He still hasn't really even reached his potential. He just fools around. He looks around. He's not sure what he's doing. Then he runs. Then he doesn't run, you know. But Trevor did a great job. I think him being in front today was a big help. He was more brave, you know. The other days he would stop. The last race he stopped. Then he went and he stopped. He won. He told me to put blinkers on him. It was a little too soon, 10 days to put blinkers on, you know, from the last race. Actually, this was kind of soon to race him, but the perfect race came up, and there wasn't another race till Belmont, so we figured we'd take a shot.
And just looking at him physically, and obviously today, he looks like a horse that just wants to keep galloping and galloping, like distance is his friend.
That's it. Mrs. Brody breeds horses for a long distance, and this horse is definitely the longer the better. The day last week when he won, he galloped out so far and came back not even breathing, so I saw him on an eighth. I said, oh, that's perfect. But then I saw Spirit of St. Louis in the race, and I said, oh, no.
Well, you turned the tables this time around.
Turned the tables on him. I can't believe it myself, you know. I want to pinch myself, you know. That was great.
Well, Pat, you're having a very good start to this spring meet here at Aqueduct. Training, obviously, is your profession, but not your passion. What's your passion?
My passion's those grandbabies. All that little sport games, soccer games, you know. They're still in an age where they run and they love me up to pieces, you know. So I have to enjoy these years before all of a sudden, you know, Papa's coming over, you know.
I'll tell you what, I want to be one of your grandkids, and congratulations, and enjoy those soccer games this weekend.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Can't find a nicer guy in the game than Pat Quick. Greg?
Good to see him get a win here at a big price, turning the tables on a heavy favorite. And if you are alive in your multi-race sequences, this is going to play huge.
Play huge. And, you know, just what he's talking about, this horse did look like he was running with the emergency brake on last time, stops and starts. He got it done, but there wasn't a lot of continuity to his run. Today, being in front, slow pace, Trevor McCarthy having his attention and kicked on. And congratulations to Marlene Brody, owner of Gallagher Stud, her husband, Jerry Brody, huge supporter of the New York breeding program for years. He's passed away for a while. And you want to go have a really interesting throwback experience, go to Gallagher's Steakhouse, the old-time pictures, boxing, horse racing, just a wonderful place to have dinner and kind of step back in history.
Yeah, one of the great steakhouses certainly in the city. This, you know, we touched on it briefly. Much bigger field on Saturday in the Wood. Hit Show is going to be all the way on the outside and could experience similar, if not worse, situation than Spirit of St. Louis did in this race.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw a big favorite go down with that trip, and it's always been my contention. It's very difficult in a two-turn race for a horse to be wide on both turns. He was strung out 4 or 5 wide on both turns, Spirit of St. Louis. What is Manny Franco going to do from the outside with Hit Show in 13-horse field? This was a small field.
Yeah.
You know, listen, sometimes it works out and you get that break in between gaps and you can tip in someplace, but it's something people have to think about when they're handicapping the race.
Take a look at the pick 5, 2 legs in, how it's played out so far. Glory Road, odds-on favorite, just up in time up the rail to snatch victory away from a horse who I believe was about 5-1 on the board. And then Olympic Dreams, huge upset here with an odds-on favorite. And a long way to go still. Mile and an eighth again coming up in race number 6. $12,000 claiming race. And right now Caribbean, remaining half of the entry favorite, dropping from $32,000. Winner pool expected to get a lot of money though. And Warrior in Chief Contender as well, coming off a victory last time out at this level, just claimed in the new barn. Dylan Davis will be aboard. Not just the Wood on Saturday. Grade 1 Carter as well. Repo Rocks brings a 4-race win streak into Saturday's Grade 1 event, while Millionaire Whiteabario, already a Grade 1 winner, looks to cement his status as one of the top older horses in training. We'll preview it next.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
And a Firm Success is taken over. It's a Firm Success in front as they come to the 8th pole. Rusty Spur is now back second. On the outside, here's Zealous is third. Farther back, Snow Ridge had to take up. Voodoo's there on the outside, and safe Florida Sandy. They're coming down to the finish, and it is 8-year-old A Firm Success still getting it done. A Firm Success wins by a diminishing length.
Wow, did this horse ever show up? The great Affirmed Success 17-time winner. And I got to say, I don't know if there's a more streamlined rider than the MiG.
Well, thank you for that. I took pride in getting low for the dough, but it's nice when you ride horses like this, just show up. And I had moved a bit earlier on the turn because I needed a secure position inside to get up in between horses. It was a little bit on fumes late because of that early run, but his gameness, his tenacity, and Rick Schosberg's training got him home. And I was pretty pumped up about it, to be honest with you. Carter's a race I grew up coming to Aqueduct watching from the time I was a little boy. And to finally get that Grade 1 Carter, it meant a great deal. And particularly on a horse like Affirmed Success, just a warrior.
Over $2.2 million in earnings for the great Affirmed Success. Grade 1 Carter coming up this weekend, part of the undercard on Wood Memorial Weekend. And several interesting storylines in this 7/8 of a mile Grade 1 presented by Naira Bets. $300,000 purse. We'll get to Repo Rocks in a moment. We're going to start with White Barrio. This horse, a millionaire, coming off a big 7/8 effort at Gulfstream back on March 4th as a 4-year-old.
You know, White Barrio has shown so much ability over time, and you could see how they got caught up with wanting to have a Derby horse. He won the Florida Derby, right? When he finally backed up to 7 furlongs, he ran the best race of his life. So he's basically undefeated around one turn. All those other races, well, the Cigar Mile, he got beat a half a length, but he's 3 for 4 around one turn, and I think this is what he really wants to do, is sprint.
He hasn't done it a lot because most of his work has come down in South Florida, but he's never won outside of Gulfstream either.
Yeah, but his Cigar Mile was very good, and I think it just points out that he really doesn't want... Listen, he won at 2 turns. He won going a mile and 1/8. I think he's better shortening up and running around one turn. And he, to me, is the main danger to Repo Rocks, no doubt.
Huge number that he earned in that race that we just showed you. Meanwhile, what has happened to Repo Rocks? And I mean that in the best way possible. Just become a different horse now with Jamie Ness. 4 consecutive victories and 2 races back. Grade 3 Toboggan, the race we're showing you right now, this was just otherworldly. Made him one of the top older horses in the country, you thought, after this.
Yeah, listen, he ran some big races. Greg DePrima had him. He won a nice allowance race with Andrew Wolfson aboard, who's become his regular rider and has been part of this metamorphosis. This horse turning the corner and running some major races. He won the Stymie going a mile, but I think he's aided by backing up, much like he did in the Toboggan, where he just absolutely exploded. And listen, Little Vic is honest. He shows up. He runs every time. He just manhandled Little Vic. And for people that don't know, and I don't know that he's named for this, there was a series back in the 80s or 70s, Little Vic, about the young man wanting to be a jockey and following this horse, Little Vic, around, and he actually gets to ride him in the Santa Anita Derby. It was only like 8 episodes, but you knew I was glued to the TV watching it.
I want to know what happened. Now, don't tell anybody, because I'm going to watch it.
You can go on YouTube and find it. Yeah.
Horse, you just saw him trounce, by the way, in that performance in the Grade 3 Toboggan, would come back out of that race and do this. This is Little Vic in the Grade 3 Tom Fool. Shows you how good Repo Rocks has become.
Yeah, Repo Rocks beats him better than 8 Lakes, and Little Vic comes back, rates just off a very fast pace in the Tom Fool, and gets it done. And listen, honest, hard-knocking horse, shows up pretty much every time. 13 starts, 5 wins, 3 seconds. Honest. And you know what? If you stub your toe, those honest horses will make you pay.
Meanwhile, Bold Journey, he would be an upset in here. He's taken a big step up, a New York bred in open company, but he earned a very big figure in a victory at Aqueduct going 6 furlongs back on February 10th.
Yeah, this was a horse that showed a great deal of ability early on, and then seemed to kind of lose his way, and then since last November has kind of been coming back to that early form. Beat Silly Key here, and he's drawn towards the inside. He's going to have to work out a trip and show he can handle tougher company, but he's a horse that's always shown flashes of ability.
Meanwhile, the X-Factor horse that really looks like the intriguing one in this group, because he's quick, he has the rail, and he's getting a big test, obviously, but he's been a win machine.
Win machine and winning with authority. You put a line through his first start at Aqueduct, Belmont at Aqueduct last fall, when he absolutely blew the brake. He reared, he was off very slow. Actually did good to even get back in the race, and then tired. Everything else has been going smoothly for him. He's been braking well, he's been acting good in the gate, and he's been winning with consummate ease. Now, this is a big class test for him. He's going to face horses that are going to make him fight for it. But from the inside, doesn't it seem like it simplifies things for Manny Franco?
Looks like he controls, yeah. He's the speed of the speed. In that post position, he could take advantage of it. Is he good enough, no matter how fast you're running? And he's running really fast. You face this kind of class, like a Repo Rocks, a Little Vic. Things get a lot more difficult.
But you have to work harder to maintain your position than you do with inferior foes, which he's just manhandled his other foes. He's going to have horses looking him in the eye and making him work for it.
That's coming up on Saturday, race 8 on the Wood Memorial card, Grade 1 Carter, 7/8 of a mile. We're going to take a timeout. Brad Cox going to send out 2 Saturday in the Wood Memorial, including the favorite. He's also got another Derby contender whose ticket is already punched, Angel of Empire. Impressive as could be in that Grade 1 Arkansas Derby victory. We'll talk about his chances on Derby Day coming up.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
The Kentucky Derby Bankroll Builder is back at Naira Bets. Bet a $50 win bet on a selected Derby prep and get $20 for your Derby Bankroll win or lose. Opt in each week to play at NairaBets.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We're up to race 6, approaching the 7-minute mark to post. We're going a mile and an eighth once again. And an even money favorite in Winterpool. Used to be with Chad Brown, went to Norm Cassie, David Duggan, Jeremiah Engelhard, now with Linda Rice, coming off back-to-back wins, including a victory at this level in the mud at this distance as well back in January.
Yeah, a horse that's been very popular at the claim box, and usually what that tells you is that he's attractive to horse people. They see this horse and they, seeing ability in a horse that they can do something with. That's where you see horses claim multiple times like this, and the confidence has been rewarded in this horse. Now he's dropped to a low level, but he's still getting it done and consistent. Now it's a short field, but he's got to overcome the outside post too, which we saw didn't work out too well for Spirit of St. Louis last time.
But it's only a 4-horse field for him, although it's amazing, especially dirt race, small fields, traffic problems can happen even more often, strangely enough. Here is the 1A Caribbean, who right now is 9-5.
Yeah, taking a precipitous drop in class, gets Jose Ortiz. Horse that I don't believe really relishes a mile and a furlong. He's won at it. I loved when he turned back to 7/8, but in a small field like this, certainly the horse to beat.
Here's Sailor Speed. Actually won at a mile and a 16th at Penn National.
Yeah, and he's drawn inside, and he's coming out of a 7-furlong race, so you'd expect him to be forward.
Warrior in Chief, 5-2 Dylan Davis. Amira Shishakli off the claim.
I think this is a controlling speed here. I think if Dylan wants it with Warrior Chief, it's his for the taking.
And Winter Pool, this is the proven one at this distance. 2-time winner at a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, it should be stalking from the outside and won quite easily last time. And it'll be interesting to see if he's able to replicate that effort. And
there was a time, too, that this horse hinted to some very big ability.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he came from a really good barn with Chad Brown and looked like he might have an opportunity to step forward. And there's all reasons why horses don't fulfill their promise. And sometimes it's just physically they don't have the constitution to stand up to hard racing.
He's the 4-5 favorite, now even money. Winner pool, Eric Cancel gets the opportunity for Linda Rice. You can play all the action right there at NYRABets.com. Get signed up, started. Bonus 200, that code to use at sign up. Caribbean in here. Jose Ortiz at 2-1 for Oscar Barrera. Let's head downstairs to Maggie for more.
And we'll check in with the 1A in here, Caribbean, who I gotta say, I did not like whatsoever in the paddock, but it has elevated a bit once out on track. The thing is that his trainer, Oscar Barrera, accurately pointed out to me that the 7/8s last time, or 2 back when he won, he kind of fell into that race where Air Show just went on this and set this ridiculously fast pace out there for the distance, and he was able to run him down late. Now, I don't know if his running style is necessarily suited to the 1 1/8, especially with only 3 other foes. So I feel like he is a horse that wants to make that last run into quick fractions that might be falling away a bit. So I am very intrigued by number 6 in here. That's Warrior in Chief. Yeah, he isn't the winningest type at times, where it took him a while to find the winner's circle since shipping up here to NYRA. And you would look on the surface of things, is he okay going 1 1/8? But some of his faster races earlier on in his career came around those 2 turns at the fairground. So I have no problem with that. And as Mig pointed out, I too think he is the controlling speed here. And furthermore, he has found some of that speed too, going shorter now. And he is going first off the claim for Amir Shishakli, but throughout the winter, since Ray Handel took over training with him, he has maintained a high quality of physical being. So I appreciate that, and I think he could be the one in the driver's seat here. As we'll also check in with number 7, Winterpool. I know he's coming in off the voided claim, but this is one of the better times I've seen this horse moving out on the racetrack. So that's always a good sign when considering that. But I do think that voided claim was because of a medication violation, obviously, with the win there, I think. I'm just saying that, but he makes a lot of sense. He looks to be stalking off a Warrior in Chief. I just thought, Greg, that I would go to the better price to his inside.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-2. Warrior in Chief did go gate to wire last time out under Manny Franco. Jose Ortiz, we'll see if Caribbean tries to press a little bit in here. A horse who in the past has been forward.
Yeah, and Caribbean did win 7/8 coming from off the pace 2 starts back. Last time, no pace on at all, and he was just kind of wide chasing. I think if Dylan Davis shows any initiative at all with the 6 Warrior in Chief, the lead is his for the asking. I mean, they went 46-3 last time, and he was 2 in front. You're supposed to take no prisoners here. If you're going to beat this field, you're going to make them chase you.
Favorite there, 4-5, 8 of his 16 starts. He's been first or second. Quickly, let's look ahead to Saturday. And another good one on the undercard on Wood Memorial Day. Grade 3 Bayshore, 7/8 of a mile for 3-year-olds in here. And Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche, they will team up with Joey Freshwater, who broke his maiden for 50 maiden claiming. This is a look last time out for him in a first-level allowance race, just missing against Surprise Boss.
Yeah, and I think this horse has shown steady improvement. Pretty much every race has been a forward movement, except for his allowance win into the Jimmy Wingfield. But again, this was a nice effort from him. He hung on his left or inside lead, and I think that cost him late. The inside horse got to his right, proper lead, and found a little more energy. And Joey Freshwater didn't switch until very, very late in the game, but he had already started to hang. And it's so important for horses to get on their outside lead in the stretch because they'll find a bit more energy. They'll be able to kick on. I always liken it to you're running to catch your flight, and you've got your suitcase in your hand. And as you get tired, automatically, what do? You put it in your other hand, get a little bit more energy. Kind of the same idea with horses in their leads.
Horse is pretty good behind him, too, who finished third in that race, majority partner, stablemate, I believe, for Linda Rice. So that's coming up on Saturday, race 6 on the card as we get back to our 6th here coming up today. and 3-5 late punch. And the wagering here for Winter Pool, all the money coming in on him here late.
Yeah, and this horse did win last time he was seen, January 7th here at Aqueduct, but the win, he was disqualified from purse money. The claim was voided. Listen, he makes a lot of sense. Do you want anybody in a 12-5 claiming race at that short a price?
Not really, but look, too, I mean, part of it is you want a horse who you know can do it at this distance, because a 1.125 can be a bit of an endurance test, especially for these bottom-level horses. At least you know he can do it.
You know, I like Warrior Chief's last work. Look at that work. How many times do you see a horse work a mile? Now, it's a slow mile, but it's basically what we call an Alan Jerkins mile, where they go off in like 54, 55 to the first half, and then they come home in 51 or 52 kind of thing. It's slow, but it's a stamina-building work. It's something I've seen Amira Shishakli do. She probably learned it from Gary Contessa, who she worked for over the years. He used to do that with a lot of his horses. And he has natural speed with that stamina building work. I'm for him. I think he can take him gate to wire.
Here we go, race 6. Odds-on favorite. Winter Pool outside post. Linda Rice making his 6-year-old debut. Eric Cancel aboard. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off. Bit of an awkward break there for Warrior in Chief, but now collects himself, is up on the outside. It's going to be 4 across the racetrack into the first turn. Sailor Speed has got that speed. It's Sailor Speed who hugs the rail, is now a neck in front. Warrior in Chief recovered nicely, is stalking from second. In behind that is Caribbean in the pink cap in third, and Winterpool is content to sit at the back of the field. The field of 4 works around the turn, and only 2 lengths to cover them all. Sailor Speed and Romero Mirage has got the lead. Right there to the outside is Warrior in Chief, is within a neck, now ahead of that leader as they work to the backstretch. Tracking in behind them is Caribbean in the pink cap for Jose Ortiz, and Eric Cancel's got Winterpool out in the center of the racetrack as the group of 4 went 24-4 for that opening quarter mile. It's mild pressure here on Sailor Speed, the long shot. Sailor Speed lets it out a notch, is back up by 3/4 of a length. Right to the outside still is Warrior in Chief as Winterpool starts to creep closer. Here comes Winterpool, is now within a neck of those leaders. In behind them is Caribbean, is going to track in fourth as they approach a half-mile left to go. 49-3 for that half-mile time. It's going to be a sprint for home, and Winterpool is moving up on the outside. In between horses, Warrior in Chief starts to lose some ground. Sailor Speed is still in front. It's Sailor Speed by ahead, but Winterpool is getting much closer, and Winterpool is being asked the question here shortly. It's Winterpool and neck in front. Sailor Speed is all in back there in second. The run coming from Caribbean, but is still 4 lengths back there in third. They approach a quarter mile left to go. 1:14.584. 3/4 of a mile. The long shot has not gone away. Winterpool now gets the cue and is not putting away Sailor Speed. And here comes an oncoming Caribbean. Now Winterpool starts to edge clear late, but Caribbean is bounding up on the outside. Winterpool's going to have to hold off an oncoming Caribbean who's getting much closer for a final 16th. Winterpool, Caribbean, Winterpool, Caribbean, Winterpool will get it done. It's Winterpool over Caribbean, then came Sailor Speed, far back to Warrior in Chief in 1 minute 55.23 seconds.
The old veteran off the bench one more time, his 3rd win at this 1.8 distance.
Man, he was always traveling. Take a look at Eric Cancel around the far turn. Look at that long, languishing look back. There wasn't like a quick peek to Sierra Villa. It was just like, I got so much horse. Let me see, take a look at the scenery, another peek there. This is when you've got a lot of horse. He just tugged him into the race. He was caught a bit wide the first turn, but nothing Eric could do about that. And the fact is, he knew he had a lot of horse. Now, it looks like right here, maybe he's getting a wandering a little bit. Maybe lose focus a little bit. He feels Caribbean moving to his outside, made a resolute and bold run at him, but I think he just had lost interest in when he felt the challenge. When we talk about race riding, this is subtly coming out to meet the challenge, to let your horse feel the presence of another horse there. And he dropped his head and went on again.
Didn't look good for mid-stretch in there. Certainly looked like Caribbean was making a bold move to move on by, but Winterpool more in the tank to fend him off. 5th win overall. And nice to win off the bench as a 6-year-old here in a 6-year-old debut. Winterpool, again, 3-time winner at this 1.8 distance, and wins as a 3-5 favorite.
Yeah, looked every bit of that 3-5 around the far turn. Like so, when you see a rider taking those long, languishing looks back, not those quick peeks. When they've got so much time, they're going to kind of turn around in the saddle. We got to figure out how to build rear view mirrors for jockeys and patent it. We'll go to Shark Tank. We'll sell the idea.
Did you used to take a peek back?
I was never good at looking back because my neck never really turned very well.
You had too many injuries.
Yeah, I mean, really, after I broke my neck the first time, and then looking back was overrated for me.
7-1A-2-6. 3-5 favorite. Winterpool, the 6-year-old. With a victory in his return. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more Derby Trail next. Who were you more impressed by? The reigning 2-year-old champion and likely leader in the clubhouse for the Derby, or the rising Angel of Empire in that Arkansas Derby win for Brad Cox? Stay with us.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races, as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, the dynamic duo of Winterpool and the guy to my right, Eric Cancel, have rattled off 3 wins in a row now for trainer Linda Rice. And Eric, he is one that, I mean, in his last 2 races, he's just always looked like a winner. We saw you take that long look back, and you had to work for it in the end. Talk a little bit about when Caribbean kind of got to you. It seemed to re-engage Winterpool.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you know, I was looking back a little bit. I didn't want to move early just because when he gets away from horses, he starts waiting. Right. So I just tried to wait as much as I could, you know, but once I saw that Jose was struggling a little bit to just keep up at the beginning, you know, I just had to go on with him in the stretch. Once he opened up a little bit, he started waiting for horse, and once he felt him on the outside, he just engaged again.
Yeah, he seems like a horse that keeps finding no matter kind of what the distance.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be really comfortable going a mile and further, you know. I just let him be him, you know. I don't get in his way. I just try to keep him comfortable, you know, and he knows how to do the job.
Well, another horse that you're looking for another win on in succession is coming up in Bold Journey in the 7 furlong Carter on Saturday. And you just said it to me before we came back in the break. Looks to be a lot of pace. I'm sure you're kind of licking your chops for a horse that will be a bit of a price.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the quick pace, you know, hopefully they come back a little bit to him, you know. I know he has the punch at the end, you know, to come running. I'm just hoping for the right setup, you know. I need to get him in a really good spot coming out of the gate, you know, at the beginning, and then I just got to try to play the break, you know, and get a good spot from there on.
Well, looking forward to seeing that New York bred on Saturday. Congratulations here with Winterpool.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right. Well, it looks as though, as you guys were mentioning, bold journey, facing a lot of veterans in here, Greg, but could be one that has some upside.
Talking about that Wood Memorial too, big opportunity for this young man on a race that can vault you into the Kentucky Derby, and we saw a massive upset. Stranger things have happened in the Wood Memorial just a couple of years ago with Bourbonic.
Yeah, and he rides for the right kind of horseman in Bill Mott. Horse ran a good race in the Holy Bull. Didn't show up last time in the Fountain of Youth, but has shown some ability. Winterpool, 340 as your big favorite.
So 2 very chalky races, but 1 massive upset, beating an odds-on favorite. 3 legs in with 2 races to go. And I thought 2 of the most wide-open races of the entire card coming up in this late double.
Yeah, and you know, listen, if you had the winner of the middle leg that paid $33, you got to feel pretty good about your handicapping, no?
No question. And we talked about question marks with Spirit of St. Louis.
Yep.
And that hopefully some of you felt that was the race to maybe get a little depth on your tickets. We'll see. Still 2 legs to go for those of you that still are alive with 2 very tough handicapping races still coming up. We'll get into race 7 more in a moment. An allowance optional claiming race in this one. Again, we're getting all these mile and 1/8 races coming up here. Big run of them here ahead of Saturday's Wood Memorial.
Like dress rehearsals for the Wood Memorial, right? 3 in a row right now.
Good for the riders, I guess, to get a chance at it, right? Kentucky Derby 149. Now look at the list right now. The 2-year-old champion, Forte, atop that list in points. I think for many, atop that list still after the Florida Derby, but maybe some question, a little chink in the armor, depending how you viewed his Florida Derby. What did you think of it?
I thought he overcame a lot of adversity to win the Florida Derby. He broke from that outside post. Yeah, he had 1 horse outside.
Unsettled in the gate, too.
Unsettled in the gate. Did get a little washy in the post parade, which has kind of been his want. But now watch, he was able to tuck in a bit there, but he was caught 4 or 5 wide. Now the runner-up made this wide sweeping move, Mage. And Irado Cheese was inside, but he had a kind of abruptly alter course to the outside, and I thought he lost some momentum, and Mage had first run, albeit he made a wider, earlier run, if you will. But at the quarter pole, what chances were you giving Forte of winning this race? And the fact that he was able to drop his head, pick up Mage late, now watch his ears go up, makes me feel like this horse was kind of running in place and needed to get his momentum. And when he did, he picked that horse up so quickly. So I like this effort by him because he showed he didn't need a perfect trip to get it done.
And, you know, for a while, as you said, it didn't look like any point till that last maybe 100 yards or so when he really started to run. He was going to win this race, sort of spinning his wheels a little bit. But in the end, you see that turn of foot late in almost a lot easier margin of victory than it looked a lot easier than the margin of victory, I should say.
Well, it looked like no hope at all. He can't win. He actually won with a little something left, if you will. So, you know, I know people are going to maybe knock this effort and say he had to work hard and maybe the runner-up had a more difficult trip. I didn't see it that way. Yeah, the runner-up did move a little sooner, did make a wide sweeping run. But Forte was never in position to win this race through nobody's fault, just a tough post position, and kind of caught a little wide but in between horses. That's just not a good position for any horse. The fact that he found a way to win, he overcame. That, to me, I give him high marks for.
Yeah. And, you know, too, Todd Pletcher said it was a 1 1/8 race. He probably wound up running about 1 3/16 in this race, too.
I would agree with that. And I think that, listen, Derby will be his 3rd start as a 3-year-old off the bench. I just think he's battle-tested. He has foundation. His 2-year-old racing is going to put him right where he needs to be. He lost nothing in the Florida Derby to me, where I think in some people's eyes he did. I didn't see it that way.
Now, some people want to see these huge triple-digit numbers. We're not really getting that from anybody on this 3-year-old trail this year. We did see a big move forward from Angel of Empire for Brad Cox, though. And, you know, he beat this field impressively. Huge long shot that was behind him, a 51-1 shot, but he made a big move. He looked very impressive here, Angel of Empire.
What I like and what stands out to me is that he made a long, sustained run. Basically, he made about a half-a-mile run, and he continued. And even, you know, sometimes the horses will put separation on a field, but it's because the other horses are just weakening. and they're not, running through the wire. This horse ran through the wire. His stride never deteriorated. Watch the mechanics of his stride. His legs are still up underneath him when he got to the wire after making that long, sustained run. And I've always been of the contention that horses that win the Derby, unless you get an absolute freak speed horse like a Spend a Buck or a Seattle Slew, are horses that can make a long, sustained run or horses that can make two distinct runs, a run, position, idle, and finish. This horse has shown the ability to make that long, sustained run, and that speaks volumes to get the 1.25 miles of the Kentucky Derby.
You saw it going into that turn and to just continue all the way around and then create that separation with this group at a higher level type of runner. Reincarnate, pretty good horse. We mentioned a 51 to 1 shot behind it, but Reincarnate, pretty highly regarded, put that horse away as well. Maggie, your thoughts on how this horse stepped forward, that move, and what you expect on Derby Day from him?
Well, Brad Cox has always said that he thinks Angel of Empire is likely to be his Belmont horse, but as Richie said, and you look at him as a physical too, he's just this big frame of a horse. I mean, legs upon legs, so therefore he's just that galloping, grinding, just gallops and gallops and gallops. And yes, those types of horses do win Belmonts, but I think it does give him a pretty good shot at winning this year's Kentucky Derby as well. And he was complimented. Greg, you brought up the fact that nobody's really run a triple-digit buyer. Well, the horse that he beat going 2 starts back in the Risen Star, 2 fills, he did it albeit on Tapeta, but still, it feels like that Risen Star could be a bit better than what it originally had appeared to be, and I'm excited to see what Angel of Empire does. He feels like a horse that is coming to hand quickly and at the right time, and guys, it feels too that maybe we should be making a morning line between Brad Cox and Todd Pletcher as to who's going to win this year's Derby.
They're going to have close to half the field. Todd Pletcher with 3, of course, including the 2-year-old champ Forte. He's got Kingsbarns, Tapit Trice. We don't know yet how many Brad Cox is going to have in the race. He's going to have several. We'll see what happens on Saturday in the Wood.
Yeah, I think they're both going to be well represented. It's going to be interesting, too, to see who Flavien Prat winds up in the Kentucky Derby. He rode Kingsbarns to win the Louisiana Derby. Now he rides Angel of Empire to win the Arkansas Derby. And he's been basically shopping. He's been the hired gun. He's the guy actively searching out his Derby horse, and now he has options. It'll be interesting to see where he lands.
Good decisions to have. It can give you nightmares, though, too.
Well, it could be the cause of some sleepless nights, but better to have options than no options at all.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 7th next from Aqueduct 1 1/8. Linda Rice, Kendra Carmouche going to team up here with Tonal Impact. Horse who is undefeated, 2 for 2 at this 1 1/8 distance. Right now, 7-2 on the board. We'll have a post parade for you when we come back. Stay tuned.
Florida Derby. After 3/4 in 112 and 1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry. Premium hospitality and reserved seats for the Belmont Stakes are on sale now. For a limited time only, any purchase over $200 will earn you a free $25 wagering gift card. Bet the races on us. Secure your seats at BelmontStakes.com.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it going to be? It is Malafat.
There's It's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 7, mile and an eighth, coming up. An allowance optional claiming field. 8-5 favorite. There's Cooch. Moving to a new barn. Was with Rudolph Brissett. Now for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. And we'll get a second try coming up at a mile and an eighth. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
$500,000 last fall, Greg, for this horse in the Horses of Racing age sale at Fasig-Tipton. He's a good-looking sort. I'm not going to deny it here. Number 5, Kuchar, certainly stamped by his sire in Uncle Mo. Big lumbering horse that the mile and an eighth, yeah, it almost feels as though he's just getting started at this type of distance. He is very fit coming in here, really well conditioned by Todd Pletcher. I have no problems with this horse as your favorite, and he's just one that, yeah, it's tough to come back at this distance, but with these connections, with his physicality, I'm all for it. So good on them with Kuchar. He looks ready to rock and roll. His number 4 is Celestial Moon. He's one of my homies. I've liked this horse from the get-go, but his 2 wins have come on tracks with moisture that were sealed. And I think the biggest, we always talk about, well, one wet track's, different from the other. I think the biggest difference between wet tracks is if they're harrowed or sealed. And that's kind of an obvious statement. But this guy has run well, and you can see it in the warm-ups. He moves really, really nicely over those sealed surfaces. And furthermore, I'm just not ultimately convinced that, at least looking at him physically, that he gets better with more ground. He feels and looks like one of those horses that's best at this one-turn mile. Like I said, Greg, he's one of my favorites. I really like him. He makes a great impression here. I just don't know if this condition suits him quite as well.
2 for 2, undefeated on dirt for the 4, Celestial Moon, but both on wet tracks. He'll get his first try on a dry fast track coming up as we take a look at Tonal Impact, the horse we showed you going to break. Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche on a horse who certainly has proven he loves a mile and an eighth. He's 2 for 2 at it.
Yeah, 2 for 2 at the mile and an eighth. And, he's interesting. If they go quick, he's a horse that can come from well out of it, but he also has shown the ability to get involved earlier and stay on resolutely, being a son of Tonalist, a Belmont Stakes winner, who also won going a mile, I believe the Cigar Mile. So the speed and stamina, and Total Impact has just been honest. He has brought his lunch pail to work and gone to work every single start going back to last fall. I mean, he's just been a gem of consistency.
He's had a lot of wins of late. This was actually a narrow defeat as a 4-5 favorite on a wet track, but behind him, Anejo was in this race as well. Anejo, the 3 in today's race, and not a lot separated these two, about a length and a half.
Yeah, but this also was a mile and 3 furlongs, right? And just because a horse is good at a mile, that extra quarter of a mile, it just looked like he labored late, didn't it? Just didn't find the same punch.
Yeah, that was, mile and 3/16.
No, that was a mile and 3/16. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was 2 starts back.
So 3-1 Tonal Impact. Meanwhile, back to the favorite, not playing in the Masters this weekend, Matt Kuchar, but still with plenty of fans. This is going to be first back for him in a long time. He's faced some good ones, too. This will be his 4-year-old debut, moving to Todd Pletcher's barn. They obviously had plans for him. They thought he was very good. Off of maiden when he goes to the Oaklawn. Faces a good one in Homebrew. Was second to him in the American Derby. He was second to Rattle and Roll. He's got some quality to him.
He does. And another horse that has shown the ability from early on. Like Maggie talked about, bought at a Fasig-Tipton sale last year. And then you get Todd Pletcher, and he's been training down at Palm Beach Downs, which is Todd Pletcher's winter base. Basically like a private training center for him there, a track that puts a lot of foundation into horses. Todd puts the miles in them.
Is he, well, he's fresh, too. He's been off for a long time. We haven't seen him since July 2nd last year. But already before he went to the bench, a lot of times off a long layuff, too, you see him more fresh, especially if they have speed. He has that speed routing to be forward. Is he the one in front here?
Yeah, when horses are fresh, too, they will put themselves in the game. And really, who else can, attend the pace with him? Maybe the two, Command Performance. But that's another Todd Pletcher trainee. They're not going to get in each other's way.
You wouldn't think. Here's Tonal Impact, Kendrick Carmouche from the inside.
Consistent, hard-knocking, like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hard-working. Tonal Impact embodies that.
Command Performance. This is the 4-year-old debut for this Pletcher as well.
Yeah, kind of like figured it out, put back-to-back wins together more last summer at Monmouth Park. This might be waters deeper here.
Doug O'Neill with Anejo, who beat pretty good New York bred last time out, who was on the Derby Trail last year, sensational.
Yeah, I mean, he has won at the mile and eighth distance. I thought his run going a mile last time was really, really good after he got pinched at the break.
Undefeated on 2 wet track performances, and here's the fast track debut for Celestial Moon.
Yeah, horse that started out on the turf. Now he gets a fast track for the first time with Bill Mott as his trainer.
Kuchar, 9-5 favorite. Here he is. First start back since July of last year.
And making a nice impression on the racetrack, and pretty big honor when you're famous enough to name a racehorse after you, huh?
Indeed. How many of you had named after you? Several, probably.
2. Mig Wacky, a Miss Wacky colt, who's pretty good, Robert Waxman. And another horse, the Mig, broke his maiden for $2,500 at Finger Lakes.
6, at least 1. Treasure Trove, Trevor McCarthy for Lynn Cash.
Yeah, more of a deep closing type, and I'm not sure he's going to get the kind of pace he needs to set up his late run.
All right, that horse an 11-time winner, but maybe best days behind him, although it's not too far back. Few starts back, 96 Buyer and a win. Let's head downstairs to Maggie with more.
Please be joined here by trainer Linda Rice, sending out Tonal Impact. And Linda, I want to get your thoughts on the last effort in the stud muffin. It just felt as though he was kind of taken out of his game a bit, having to be kind of forced to make an earlier move than he generally wants to.
Yeah, I think there was he's better at a little shorter distance. He's been very good at a mile and an eighth. I think he would probably run a flat mile pretty well. I think he'd like a little pace in front of him, and he needs a target.
Do you think he gets that today?
I hope so. I'm trying to find the speed in this race. I saw 1 or 2 that could go. I hope they set a decent pace and hope he can get there.
I know a horse that you've been trying to figure out, and he's been good, is Arctic Arrogance in Saturday's Wood Memorial, taking blinkers off after 1 try with them on, which resulted in a second-place effort. Linda, talk about the thought process with this equipment change.
I felt like if we were going to run him a flat mile, I would leave them on, but at a 2-turn mile and an eighth, I just wanted to make sure if there were some sprinters in the race, if there was some speed in the race, that he wasn't too keen and he'll relax and settle behind horses. I do think there's 1 or 2 horses in there with speed. He will definitely be forwardly placed, but I just want to make sure he was rateable around 2 turns at a mile and an eighth.
Also, speak about the decision. I mean, you could have tried the Bayshore. Obviously, he does have some Kentucky Derby points, but talk about, sticking to your guns and keeping him at this mile and an eighth and the road to the Kentucky Derby.
Well, Chester and Mary Broman own the colt. They bred the colt. I've trained for Chester for many years, 15 years, and he and I discussed it at length, and we discussed the fact that we had a much easier task in the Bayshore to win, but it's really not about that. It's about trying to get enough Derby points to keep that door open for the Kentucky Derby. Chester explained to me last week, he said, Linda, the Derby is an experience, and it's one that if you get a chance, you need to do it. And so that's where we're at.
And with all that they have done in this game, it would be the ultimate reward to get there. And well done to you for getting him there. So best of luck Saturday and today.
Yeah. Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice lining up for another win. Fingers crossed today with Tonal Impact, but really exciting proposition coming up Saturday, Greg, with the New York bred Arctic Arrogance.
Really talented horse, thank you, Maggie, and probably a little bit frustrating as well for Linda Rice because he's got so much talent. And one of the biggest figures, not one of, it is the biggest figure he's ever run, came at a mile and an eighth, but he's hung just a little bit in his last couple of races.
He's been so close, but not quite getting over that hurdle. But, Chester and Mary Broman have been such huge supporters of racing and breeding in the state of New York. Their farm's about an hour north of Saratoga. They've bred many a top horse, and I actually had the great pleasure of riding in the Kentucky Derby for them on the Florida Derby winner, Friends Lake, another homebred. And the fact that they breed these horses and so much effort's put into the matings and the namings of the horses and the whole process, they've really been amazing for the game.
I'm glad they talked Linda, too, into going for it. Trying to get to the Derby. He's right there. I wouldn't be shocked at all if he turns the tables on Hit Show.
Yeah, no, especially with the difference in post positions.
It's going to be fun on Saturday. We hope you join us on Big Fox for live coverage of that Wood Memorial. Meanwhile, here's Celestial Moon. So moves from a couple of tries on turf. Belmont started him, first 2 on the grass. Then he gets a good seal track, breaks his maiden, faces winners in his 4-year-old debut on a sloppy seal track, and runs the same figure. Both very good figures, 90 Beyer speed figures, wins again, beating Majority Partner. And now he'll get fast going for the first time.
You know, it's always interesting. People, ask, well, why did they start him on the turf? He's run so well on the dirt, albeit wet dirt surfaces. And sometimes horses that don't possess a lot of natural speed, they're not that flashy, quick type, don't really show you in the morning their true ability. So you start kind of searching for what's going to bring it out in them. And, obviously he started going long distances on the turf. Maybe it was the wrong surface, but the idea that he wanted to go longer.
Right now, 7-2, Celestial Moon. He's trying to make it 3 in a row. Let's head down to Maggie.
And just want to briefly mention another horse coming in off of a layoff, taking some late nibbles here is number 2, Command Performance. Both of his wins go at Monmouth. Always a little bit suspect of that. Now, he comes back looking very fit and lean, but he got really washy in the paddock and just looks as though he's going to benefit from a race to strengthen up. And furthermore, being the grandson of Tappet, you couldn't ask one to look any more like a Tappet or act any more like a Tappet. So I certainly will take the wait-and-see approach with this Pletcher return runner. Definitely think Kuchar, as the board would suggest, is the more likely of the two to get the win. Greg?
All right, thank you, Maggie. Yeah, Kuchar, who was the favorite for most of the wagering. There he is again. He looks sensational warming up. Long time off. Some strong older veterans he's got to face here. 5-2 now.
Interesting. Kuchar worked on March 16th, 5 furlongs and 102. March 23rd, minute and 4/5. Same work tab as Command Performance. They probably worked in company.
7th coming up here at Aqueduct. 1 1/8, the return of Kuchar. Moving to the Todd Pletcher barn from post 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Treasure Trove to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good break from in between horses. Celestial Moon with that early speed and Command Performance. Aaron Cadsell wants the front end but won't get there. It's Celestial Moon who will take him into the first turn. Just off of that is Kuchar, is now in the path as these two into that first turn. Just off of them is going to be Añejo, who's closer to the pace, is now in that third position to the outside of Command Performance. The two at the back, Treasure Trove and Tonal Impact, as they slow things down up front. On the front end, Celestial Moon has got a lead, is now up by a neck. Tight hold to the outside from Kuchar as they take it to the backstretch. At the rail is Command Performance, is patiently ridden with Añejo up on the outside in 4th. Treasure Trove, as they start to stack up, Tonal Impact is the trailer. 3.5 would cover them all. They went 25 seconds flat for that very easy opening quarter mile. Celestial Moon is still a half length in front of Kuchar, who's stalking right there to the outside in 2nd. Añejo reclaims 3rd, is to the outside of Command Performance. Eric Cancel is at the rail, going to need some room. Treasure Trove still 2nd to last, and Tonal Impact is starting a run from the back of the pack, is chasing a slow tempo. 50 and 2 for that half-mile time, and the front two are still there. Celestial Moon to the inside, Kuchar to the outside. Añejo is trying to launch a 3-wide run. Command Performance is all in, is at the rail, is not cutting the margin. Tonal Impact has been behind a very slow tempo, but is getting closer. Here comes the run from Tonal Impact, is going to be wide. They haven't caught Celestial Moon yet. It's Celestial Moon, who approaches a quarter mile left to go, is still a length in front, and kicks for home. It's Celestial Moon in between horses. Kuchar not finding yet. Añejo is is in pursuit down the center of the racetrack, and here comes Añejo to Celestial Moon. Celestial Moon still with a nose in front, but Añejo starts to push on by. Añejo is trying to straighten up. Total Impact on the grandstand side, and Kuchar is back for more. It's Añejo who's now fending him off. Total Impact, and now Kuchar gets loose late. Añejo at the wire. Añejo will hold on over Kuchar, who was an oncoming second in a photo with Total Impact in 1 minute 53 and 4.
Añejo grinding away, holding off the late charge of a couple coming at him late here for Doug O'Neill and Dylan Davis. Back-to-back wins for this 5-year-old.
Yeah, Dylan did a great job of walking the tightrope, right? They're going slow. You don't want to give them too much rope, but you don't want to get so involved early that you're ripe to be picked off. He was lingering on his left lead, but he got first run on Total Impact. Kuchar just could not keep up with his run, was outpaced turning for home. He had his chance to go with him. He just couldn't keep up with him. And then when he got outside, he kind of kept finding this grinding kind of style. Keep coming out. Maggie talked about it, being the son of Uncle Mo. And Añejo, the third base coach was yelling slide, but he got there.
Yes, he did at 8-1. As the biggest price in this field of 6 as well. Dylan Davis with a couple of wins this afternoon. Doug O'Neill, Calumet Farm. And the 5th career win, 3 for 4 at Aqueduct now for Añejo.
By Freud, who's a full to Giants Causeway, full brother to Giants Causeway. By Stormcat, who's just been such a prolific sire in the state of New York forever. And it's glaring here. Look at Añejo coming down on his left lead, right? You can see Kuchar is going to switch out from behind horses and split them. He's on his proper lead. Total Impact was on his proper lead, but Añejo had his nose down where it counted, on the wire first.
Decent comeback, though, too, for Kuchar in defeat. Long time off for him. One to certainly watch next start.
Just looks like a horse that's a little bit one pace. Like he can stay, but he doesn't really accelerate or quicken. So when Añejo moved, he really couldn't kick with him, but he kept on resolutely and came back, almost pulled it off anyway.
3, 5, 1, 4, 8-1. Añejo, biggest price in this field of 6. Here in the 7th, nightcap still to come. Dylan Davis, Doug O'Neill, Calumet Farm, and a 5-year-old who goes back-to-back here in New York.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. As we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Maybe some tequila shots, as I just had to inform Dylan that Anejo, I do believe, is a reference to tequila. But anyway, he's a winner. Back-to-back wins for you and this guy, as he just has that kind of relentless late run.
Yeah, I was actually pretty surprised he broke sharp today. He was a little rambunctious with the pony, and then inside the gate, they had to get a tail on him, but broke sharp. Wasn't going to take it away from him. Just like how I did last time, he was far back, but didn't rush him, let him get his feet going. Today he was on it. Really happy, he was aggressive. And just sitting a nice 3-wide trip into the second turn, biding my time a little bit, and I just punched him at the quarter pole. I think it was just a little touch far for him. He's run better at the mile, but got a little late on me. But thank you to the team, Calumet, Doug, and happy to prevail.
Yeah, kind of an overachieving New York bred. Dylan, you mentioned something about the gate. For people who don't know, you mentioned that he had to be tailed, which, explain what that means, and what are some other tricks for a horse that gets a little excited in the gate that you and the gate crew can do?
Sure, Mag. Tail means that when a horse is rambunctious in the gate and we don't want him to miss the break as well, what the gate guys will do, they'll grab the tail, just to hold him. It kind of like makes him sit still. He's like, what's going on? Doesn't affect him with his break. Just make sure that he feels that little pressure and keeping him focused. Broke well. You know, if he didn't have the tail, I think he would have broke pretty badly. He just kept moving. And the gate guy, he's trying to make sure he's standing well, and make sure the horse is facing forward, and that's what he did. He broke well, and he wanted to go, so I wasn't going to take it away from him.
Well, thanks for that explanation. And two, want to get your thoughts on the Gazelle. You ride the 2-to-1 favorite, Occult, as she looks for back-to-back wins with you aboard, proven at the 1.125 distance. Talk a little bit about her and what you're expecting on Saturday.
Well, she's training great. I haven't been able to breeze her, but I breezed with her, against her, and I was able to...
It's better than nothing.
Yeah, so, I mean, I could get good sight on that. She's really aggressive filly, high strung, but that's okay. She's handled the distance before. I'm really happy with her performance. Then she took a little breather going into this race in April, but really excited for what's to come. I like the outside post, be able to come out running and see what things are going, and she likes to be kind of stalking and seeing as a, like a little target to watch. And I mean, we're expecting for her to run well.
Big things, hopefully, for you on Saturday, but congratulations, 2-win day here on Thursday.
Thanks, Maggie. One more to go.
All right, I like it. Some confidence to cap off the card, Greg.
And how about this? Not just, riding for Chad Brown in a big race, important race on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. He had choice, it looks like, from that stable.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, just to be in the batting order, in the rotation in a barn like Chad Brown's or a Todd Putcher, any of these marquee trainers, as long as, it doesn't matter if you're batting ninth, as long as you're in the lineup, because then you have an opportunity to work your way up that lineup till you're in a position where you're like an Irad Ortiz and you're batting cleanup.
Got one more coming up, and if not for a DQ in the opener, it could have been a 3-win day. Still has a chance for a 3-win day coming up. Dylan Davis on Anejo, Doug O'Neill, Calumet Farm, and now 5 victories in 15 starts for the son of Freud. Pays $19.80. Big pick 3 here as well with that $33 horse earlier. Pays $359 for a buck.
Yeah, good handicap. So listen, this horse ran big last time. I really doubted the 1.125 for him. He proved me wrong. He got it done. Got a little desperate late, but Anejo at 1980, and if you had Olympic dreams. Now, Anejo kind of throws it off. I thought we had a theme going. Glory Road, Olympic dreams, winter pool, like, somebody getting gold medals like Phelps in the pool.
Yeah, we did have a theme going.
But, well, I guess then Anejo, the tequila afterwards to celebrate.
Yeah, shots all around. New York bred maiden special weight 6 furlong sprint to close out the card. 8-5 favorite. Splashy right now. Christophe Clement's second-time starter. Manny Franco will be aboard with the 3-year-old debut coming up. Fillies, mares, 3 and up in this 6 furlong sprint.
Yeah, well drawn outside. Ran okay last fall. Took some money on debut. Has been training at Payson Park. And you get the hot ride in Manny Franco.
Now, Maggie asked Dylan Davis about his mount coming up in the Grade 3 Gazelle on Saturday. It's the filly they were talking about. Occult, winner of the Busanda. Back-to-back victories for trainer Chad Brown. Hasn't raced since January 14th. may wind up going off the favorite Saturday.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hardworking people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
It is Silver Bullet Day and Country Hideaway. Those two heads apart with 2 furlongs to go. Awful Smart, the early leaders, now back to third. Gold from the West is fourth. And Silver Bullet Day is on her way to a clear lead. It's Silver Bullet Day opening up under the urging of Jerry Bailey to a 4-length lead inside the final furlong marker. Country Hideaway is given way, and then it's Awful Smart. Queen's Word moving late on the far outside. Silver Bullet Day in front. Queen's Word moving late, but it is Silver Bullet Day who prevails at the end to win it by 2 diminishing lengths.
One of the special fillies in this game we've seen over the last 20 some odd years, and this was when the Gazelle came towards the end of summer when she dominated the competition in this race. She had 1.18 straight. Of course, she won the Kentucky Oaks as well in the first 11 of her 12 career starts.
She was a special talent, not a very big filly. Used to run with her head out, down, really attacking the ground, moving forward under Jerry Bailey here. Such a stylish rider to watch finish. Jerry, sometimes you forget just how good he looked finishing on horses, but special talent.
Gary Stevens, of course, our colleague, rode her for most of those victories early on in her career, including that Kentucky Oaks win. Some notable Gazelle winners going back to 1990. Some big names on that list. Close Hatches would win a Breeders' Cup. Of course, Silver Bullet Day, My Flag, Serena's Song. Some really impressive fillies you've seen on that list. Saturday, we'll have the Gazelle. It's race 3 early on, graded stakes action on the road to this Kentucky Oaks this year. Short field that's going to line up. We heard from Dylan Davis talking about a colt, one of 2 in the race for Chad Brown, who has Sheet of Beauty, who surprised a lot of people with that win in that Busher Invitational last time out. Let's go back to a colt, though, and that first try against winners in a stakes race in the Busanda, and she moved forward yet again.
Yeah, and you know, a colt being lightly raced, where Gambling Girl has had a campaign. She's got more foundation, so you would think a colt, there's more upside, there's more opportunity for her to take even another step forward. She attended the pace. She was a little bit keen early on, but Dylan got her to settle. And then she finished, and now having that 1.8 mile experience under her belt, should be tough here in the Gazelle.
And you look at the figures everybody in this field's running, and you say, oh, someone would have to take a massive move forward. Not really, not this year. No one in this division this year has really separated themselves as some sort of standout.
It's kind of interesting that, you know, as many good 2-year-old fillies, so we really haven't seen anybody grab control of the 3-year-old filly division yet. Now, obviously, we have a couple more preps, and Gazelle included, heading to the Kentucky Oaks, but this division's really crying out for someone to say, I'm the best of this lot.
Well, stablemate to a colt, Cheetah Beauty, Manny Franco will be aboard. She's trying to win her 4th in a row. She's undefeated, and you just keep on winning. There's something to be said for that. Wins the Busher last time out in the mud on a sealed track.
Yeah, you know, and again, Dylan Davis aboard again for Chad Brown here, getting that opportunity. And she was kind of caught a little bit wide throughout, but always traveling. Dylan had to put her to her drive early, but she kept finding. And that speaks well for her to get the mile and an eighth. She, she a little bit one pace, stayed on, grinding. Going a mile, and she was able to get up. So going a mile and an eighth maybe is going to be a benefit to her. Manny Franco picks up the mount this time. Dylan opting to stay with a colt.
See who moves forward. Chad Brown with 2 fillies in the race. Todd Pletcher with 2 fillies in the race. Brad Cox shows up with Capella. And there's Cheetah Beauty once again. Practical Joke filly. She has done absolutely nothing wrong to this point. And we'll see if she can take another move forward. You know, for her too, it's can she get a mile and an eighth? So far, the longest she has gone is a mile.
But watching that, I have to think a mile and an eighth will actually be a benefit to her, because she was just kind of grinding a little bit one pace. She just kept coming with that relentless kind of run to run down her uncoupled stablemate Asset Purchase last time. And she's basically taken steps forward along the way, and 4th start, maybe she's primed for her best in the Gazelle.
Meanwhile, Frosty O'Toole, Todd Pletcher, one of a pair of fillies he's going to send out in the race, was stationed out at Tampa, and early on was trying to get her on the turf, and that did run on the turf. 2nd start of her career, was washed off in the debut, wound up running on synthetic. Back-to-back wins now on dirt at Tampa at 1 mile and 40 yards.
But her last was the fastest figure that basically anybody has run in this field. All right, now, albeit it was at Tampa, an allowance race, but she ran an 80 buyer figure, and a colt has the 2nd best figure at 78. So, you know, kind of interesting in the fact that she's 2 for 2 on dirt. They started her, you know, on synthetic and then obviously turf. But again, horses that maybe want to go further are a little bit confusing to horsemen in the morning, because they're not going to dazzle you. They're going to be a little bit slow in the morning because they're not going to have that kind of quickness, that speed.
Final stop here in New York on the road to the Kentucky Oaks that first Friday in May. Grade 3 Gazelle, 3rd race on Saturday. As we head back to today's action here in the nightcap coming up. 6 furlong sprint. New York bred maiden special weight, and still the favorite, the 8 splashy Manny Franco. Christophe Clement, this will be start number 2 in the 3-year-old debut, Maggie, coming up.
And Greg, this is a pretty interesting race to close things out. And as you mentioned, yes, Splashy, she comes back for just her 2nd start. And now as a 3-year-old, I didn't get to see her, though, in that debut race. So not really sure what I'm comparing her to today, but I like what I see for what it's worth. Now, I think it's promising that Christophe opted to bring her back at the 6 furlong distance, because kind of watching that race and looking at her here, does strike me as one that could also go further, because she just kind of stayed on. She broke well that day, got pinched back a little bit there after the start, but just kind of stayed on evenly, and that always speaks to a horse that wants to go a bit longer. But she's fit, she's strong, she's really well conditioned, having been prepared for this comeback down in South Florida. It shows. So no qualms with your favorite here, as well. Also check in with the horse coming off a little bit of a layoff and facing New York breds for the first time in from the fairgrounds is number 6, Runchata. Like Rumchata, I guess. This horse looks incredibly fit for her 2nd start. And Linda Rice, as I always say, is one that feeds her horses as much as they can eat, because they always carry great weight and condition. This filly is pretty lean, and not in a bad way, but just very fit looking. A little bit on the smaller, slighter side. Maybe there is still some development and filling out to do, but at least she's well prepared and fits well with this group of fellow New York breds. And then we'll check in with the 1 second off the layoff, Dancer Doro. Now, it's clearly on the form that the 2 good races from this filly have come on wet tracks. Maybe it's apples and oranges, because then after the fast track race 2 back, she went on that long layoff. looking at her, and I wasn't in the paddock for that comeback race. She's gotten pretty hot and washy here. Still doesn't look quite as fit as what I'd like to see for a horse that's likely to be a short price. Front wraps stay on. Oh, Greg, I prefer the ones that the aforementioned 8 and 6 in here, and those are the ones coming off a layoff, and they look more fit than her.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Going to get to this post parade here coming up shortly. Take a look at how the pick 5 is coming together here in this final leg of the sequence with that big price. Couple races back. That was Olympic Dreams, $33 winner, beating the odds-on favorite Spirit of St. Louis. That pretty much that horse has resulted, and to some degree Anejo, I guess at 8-1, has resulted in these payoffs.
Yeah, some nice payouts. Now, listen, I talk about it all the time. I love going to a good baseball game, but you're not coming home with more than you left the house with when you go to a baseball game. You're going to have a great time. You're going to make a memory. Enjoy yourself. Maybe, you know, eat some snacks you shouldn't eat, right?
A couple of hot dogs, carnation malt.
Yeah, you know, Cracker Jacks. Take me out to the ball game. But you're just going to have the memory. You're not going to come back with more than you started with. You can come to the races, have a great day, debate who's the best, who's going to win, you're handicapping, mix it up with the fellow bettors and fans, make some memories, and wow, look at that. I actually came home with more money than I went to.
It's incredible. You really can. I mean, you can come away with a year's salary or better to spend a few dollars. That's why this sport is the greatest. Bet a little to win a lot. As we start our post parade, here's Dream on Kara, 7-2, inherits the inside post.
A couple of nice efforts. Thought she ran well last time, cuts back another furlong.
Here's the other half of the entry, and first-time starter with a couple of flashy works for Mitchell Friedman.
And Mitchell Friedman can win with first-time starters, and don't discount him with a firster.
16-1 on a first-time starter here for Gary Siaka, Sweetie.
Yeah, Sweetie, slow, steady work tab, but consistent spacing between the works. Looks sharp on the track.
Shaman Princess with Jaime Torres, the apprentice, riding for Rudy Rodriguez.
Has shown decent speed. Now you get the apprentice who's been impressing me and adds blinkers. Should be a part of the pace.
Dansor Doro. And the only try on a fast track did not run well. A couple of really good efforts on wet tracks. Got to prove it on the fast track.
Yeah, got to prove it on the fast track. And Dylan Davis looking for his third winner.
Linda Rice with a horse who debuted at Fairgrounds for a different barn and was a big price at 25-1.
Yeah, we saw Linda run a horse, a New York bred that ran at Fairgrounds, that actually ran well and ran dismally here. So it'll be interesting to see what this one does.
That was against Open Company. Gets New York breds here. Midnight Confession. Carlos Martin, first-time starter, has a big gate drill 2 back.
And a good pedigree, half to Betsy Blue, stakes winner we've seen run around here for quite a while.
Yeah, really good filly mare sprinter. And then Splashy, still the favorite, Manny Franco for Christophe Clement, start number 2.
I tell you, this is a really good-looking daughter of Flatter. Gets an outside post. You get Manny Franco, who stays put, rode this horse last fall. And this horse took money last year here at Aqueduct on debut. Like the work tab from Payson Park.
So take a look at that debut for Splashy as we get set for start number 2 in the 3-year-old debut coming up for the daughter of Flatter. It was at Aqueduct November 19th. And as you said, yes, took money in here, went off at 5-1, wound up beating half the field.
Yeah, and I thought she ran well. She kind of edged out, and I thought flattened out just a little bit late, made a run, and then kind of leveled off, if you will. But I thought it was a steady kind of run, not anything flashy, but something certainly to build on.
Winds up 4th in an 8-horse field. And those white silks are the 3 crossing the wire. And it's something to build off of, certainly.
Absolutely. It's kind of interesting, too, right? This horse was purchased at the Fazig Tipton Saratoga sale back in 21. Look who the breeder is. Oak Bluff Stable and Christophe Clement.
Yeah.
Now, Christophe Clement winds up trainer, so you know he has familiarity with the family. I think this horse can take a step forward.
2-1 favorite right now. With more on others in this group, let's go back to Maggie.
As here, I'm going to take a little bit of a price, but do want to check in with the first-time starter that has a lovely pedigree. In number 7, Midnight Confession, daughter of Unified, is a half-sister to Betsy Blue, multiple stakes winner, and grade 3 placed as well. And she actually started her career with Carlos Martin. She is a lovely frame, very athletic looking, comes in here fairly fit, but she just gives you the impression that she'll need one for everything to come together, whether it's physically and mentally, because she did, while she was very professional in the paddock, she's been acting a little bit green out here on track, as you may see her just jogging with the pony. She just seemed very unsure of herself once she got on the racetrack, and that's just usually a telltale sign that they'll need a race here, but one that was very sure of herself, breaking away from the pony beneath Jose Lascano is number 6, Run Chata. I'm going to take her in here just in the face of Splashy. It's a short price, and I definitely think Splashy can win, but I just wanted a new face. I know she didn't do any running whatsoever in that fairgrounds race, but it was a decent field, probably better than what she's facing here with restricted state breds in this field, and I just think she looks ready. I like the way she moved. I think they're going to try to get a little bit more early pace from her as well in this second start, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Right now, 5-1, second-time starter for Linda Rice. Did face Open Company in strictly against New York breds here today. Had to deal with the rail, too, first time out. And there were some winners that came back out of that race.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, when we talk about horses moving from Open Company, roughly 20,000 foals born in her foal crop, about 1,100 of them were New York bred. So it narrows the gene pool down quite a bit. But we did see a similar situation. A horse that came from a New York bred that ran at fairgrounds against Open Company, came to Linda, took a lot of money, and really didn't show up. Now, that doesn't mean that that's the case with this one. It's just an interesting comparison, if you will. I like the 8 Splashy. I think she's a really good-looking daughter of Flatter. You know, and actually, full disclosure, my son Joseph bought this filly at the Fasig-Tipton sale.
How about that? He's had some good success.
Well, Funny How, who runs over the weekend in the stakes. She's won 5 in a row. That was a Joseph Migliore bloodstock purchase.
Well done, young man. A lot to like with Splashy, but I don't think there's 8-5 a lot to like here. That she's getting way over bet here.
Yeah, I didn't expect her to be this shorter price. But, you know, I also do like the fresh faces coming out of the Florida sun. They've trained at Payson Park. They, you know, kind of get the winter to grow up a bit more, get some sun on their back, train on a surface that I think puts a lot of foundation into horses. Payson Park isn't as deep a surface as it once was, but it's still not as glib as, let's say, training at Gulfstream or another racetrack.
What out of that performance, though, that we showed you warrants this type of price? I mean, that's strictly connections, right? She's getting over bet?
I think that's too short a price. I do.
3-2 now.
Yeah, she ran evenly on debut. You know, it wasn't a bad debut, but it wasn't something that you would say she should be 3-2 here.
Not at all. Couple of interesting first-time starters. Philly, we talked about, faced Open Company for Linda Rice with a next-out winner in the race. You got Dan Sordoro, Dylan Davis trying to win his 3rd today. That's, you know, a little more seasoned, has more recency, and has run bigger figures.
Yeah, no doubt. And a horse that's always taken money, you know, so obviously has shown ability in the mornings, off the morning drills. That's why those horses take money. Midnight Confession's interesting. You know, we talked about Half to Betsy Blue, first-time starter, good work tab, homebred for Blue Devil Racing. I'm not a huge fan of apprentice jockeys on first-time starters. No, and that's no knock on Jason Weyes, who's done well. You got an inexperienced horse with an inexperienced rider, and I just don't think it's a great match.
And, you know, a lot of times, too, you see this price on Splash, and you think, okay, this horse must have done something in the morning coming back to show that she deserves to be that price. She's been training out of town, so it's not that.
No, but it is. She also gets Lasix for the first time, and I think people are kind of searching for the fresh face, potentially.
Wow. We'll see if she can do it. She certainly could win, but wow, that is a short price.
Yeah, I never expected her to be that short a price.
Here we go. Nightcap on this Thursday card from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin, the call.
Foxy Kara almost in the gate. Goes in. Shaman Princess. And Splashy to the outside. Splashy and Manny Franco move forward. And go in. All set. Acting up towards the inside there was Dream on Kara. Eric Kensell out of the saddle. That's the one. climbing back aboard. And they're off. Slow start for Midnight Confession and also Sweetie at the back end of the field. Speed from Shaman Princess. Jamie Torres right out to the front, and they're up by a full length. Run Chata is up on the outside from second, and they're Splashy out in the middle of the racetrack in third. In behind them is Dancer Doro is in the fourth spot, followed by Midnight Confession, who is off slowly but is progressing now, is about to challenge for that fourth spot, strung out here early. Further back in the field, there comes Dream On Kara with Foxy Kara, and the trailer is Sweetie. They're chasing Shaman Princess, who flew out of the gate, and Shaman Princess went 22.68 for that opening quarter mile. Splashy's got every shot, is now in second, is moving to the outside of Run Chata. Midnight Confession is moving up from fourth, is running a pretty big race after the start. Shaman Princess at 9-1 is well clear, is still 3 lengths in front. Splashy starts to move in closer here, is looming up on the outside of Midnight Confession, but Shaman Princess is showing no signs of stopping right now. It's just skipping away. Look at Shaman Princess go right now, is approaching a final eighth of a mile to go. Splashy is trying to run on. Here come the closers from the far outside. Dancer Duro, also Sweetie is launching from out of nowhere. A 16th to go. Shaman Princess is almost there. Sweetie is absolutely flying on the grandstand side. Shaman Princess, Sweetie at the line. Photo finish. Photo finish between Shaman Princess and Sweetie. It's too tight for me to call. In 1 minute 13.70 seconds in the finale.
34-1 or 9-1 here in the nightcap at Aqueducts. Not to be. Favorite got way over bet, but it came down to these two in a photo finish.
2 apprentice jockeys coming down to the wire. Maddie over on the outside on Sweetie. A $7,000 phasic tipped-in purchase. Wow, there's so much separation, I can't call that. It looked like the inside horse, Shaman Princess, got the best of that, Bob, but did you call that one?
I have.
There was a lot of distance between the two of them.
Jaime Torres, 5-pound apprentice on the 4. 7-pound apprentice, Maddie over on the 3. Sweetie. And again, the difference, and it's just been posted, it is the 34-1 shot with Maddie over Sweetie. Your unofficial winner here, 3-4-1-5.
And just a heartbreaking defeat for the 4, Shaman Princess, who showed high speed, adding the blinkers. Jaime Torres looking for his 3rd win of the day. And look at the ears up on Sweetie. Like, she was so far removed from the horse, she was almost like she pricked her ears before she even hit the front. Sharp looking on the racetrack. 5-year-old first-time starter Gary Siaka gets it done for Nat and Marjorie Crone. Just a big run from this 5-year-old daughter of FNX, who only cost $7,000 back in 2019. Just won the lion's share of a $70,000 purse.
How about that? Had to wait a long time for that debut. I mean, you wait until you're a 5-year-old to make your debut. Usually a negative, worth the wait in this case. Well done to these connections to be patient. One of those prices coming up in a moment. Our big one Saturday, ABR Race of the Week. Final stop on the road, major stop anyway, on the road to the Kentucky Derby. It's our ABR Race of the Week. Grade 2, Wood Memorial, 1 1/8, $750,000 purse, and 13 will line up in this race, including the top 3 from the Withers. Hit Show, who won that race for Brad Cox, gets the far outside post on Saturday. Arctic Arrogance and General Banker.
Yeah, and the post position could have a big say in the outcome of this race. Post 13 for Hit Show. Going to have to find some kind of a trip from that post. Arctic Arrogance, we heard Linda Rice talking earlier. Blinkers off, just wanting to make him a bit more tractable, not get keen with the rider. He's better drawn with tactical speed. In a race that, at least I'm not seeing, and you tell me what you think, Greg, but I'm just not seeing a tremendous amount of pace in here.
There really isn't. Blinkers on from the inside, I guess, with Todd Fletcher's Dreamlike, who we'll talk about in a moment, who is still a maiden, by the way, but has run some big figures. Maybe that's the horse who decides to try and take it to this group. Slip Mahoney, for Brad Cox. This horse has been at least close as well, and he did not get off to a good start in the Grade 3 Gotham.
No, he did not break well in the Gotham. Almost looked like he slipped behind, to me, and no pun intended, with Slip Mahoney. He just kind of lost his hind end and bumbled the brake a little. But I love that he showed another dimension and was able to close while wide, albeit a fast pace. You know, he did get a fast pace, but some horses, after breaking slow that have shown speed, don't take the kick back. They just throw in the towel. He didn't do that. He ran on after having to rally so wide off a hot pace. Loose horse kind of threw a monkey wrench into the running of this race. I thought it created a bit of chaos. Everybody's got to kind of guard around a horse that's riderless. But listen, the winner was good here, Race Kane. Slip Mahoney ran well, was resolute and game to be second. And he can lay up close if he breaks cleanly.
It's had a couple of times, though, now. It's not just that one start. His debut as well. Half his starts, he has had problems getting out of the gate.
Yeah, I thought this was more a function of him slipping a little bit, though.
Dreamlike, this is the maiden. It's a tough spot for a maiden in a grade 2, but he's shown ability for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. And as we talked about, he's got, if nothing else, at least tactical speed. Now blinkers go on, and he has the inside post.
Post 1, big advantage, short run of the first turn here at Aqueduct. And he's run into some tough horses. I mean, he's run fast figures, improved from first start to second. He was a $975,000 yearling purchase, with a big pedigree. He's a maiden that's very interesting to take a big step forward. Now, I'm not a big fan of maidens in graded stake races, but if Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, I might add, feels like he's worthy here, I'm not going to question it.
Gun runner for one of the greatest trainers in the history of the sport. Yeah, Dreamlike going to take plenty of money. And by the way, a maiden, he's 7-2. He's one of the main contenders. That's how good he's run also. Yeah. Back here in the nightcap, photo finish to close things out. And it's the biggest price on the board, 34-1. Good for Maddie Over.
Yeah, she works very, very hard. Tough to get good opportunities. Full disclosure, my son Joseph represents her as well as Trevor McCarthy. But out in the mornings, you see her working and putting in the effort. And it's nice to see hard work rewarded.
$71.50 win ticket on Sweetie. If you had it, let's go down to Maggie.
And this is a great story. So pleased to be joined here by owner Marjorie Crone. And Marjorie, you've been on the racetrack, as you're just telling me, forever, but this is your first win as an owner.
Yes, my first win as an owner. It's a wonderful feeling. It's a great atmosphere to always be in, and everyone else should come get in it. It would be great for racing. You'll have lots of fun, and this is a filly, or a mare now, that my dad bought for me in the Saratoga sales for a birthday gift because her mother's name was Margie Smile. And I tried to get Rudy Rodriguez to train her because Margie Smile was his first stakes win, but went with my friend Gary Siaka. Gary and Paulie did an outstanding job with her. She was at Randy Rentz's farm. He did an outstanding job with her. And I wish they had swim races also because she loves to swim. We learned that on the farm. Anyway, I'm so grateful. I thank God this happened. I'm so nervous now. But it's a wonderful game. I've been in it since I'm a little girl. I was an assistant trainer. I worked for Laz Barrera, Frank Taffarello, worked for my dad as a trainer. And it's just a wonderful feeling, and I thank everyone. From the groom, Chickaline, to Paulie, the exercise boy, Mikey. It's just one big family. Gary has a great team working there. And hope to see you again in the winner's circle.
Well, how about Maddie, too? Oliver, you were telling me that she's been working Sweetie as well. Perfectly timed, right?
Yes, Maddie has worked Sweetie 3 or 4 times and just loved her. Got along so well with her. The first time she was on her, there was a loose horse in the track, and she kept her cool, calm, and collective. They just loved each other. And when we were thinking about a rider, Dylan Davis worked her for me, and he said she's nice, but he had another call, and everybody had other calls. And I said to her agent, Migliori, whose dad used to ride for
He's on the show, P.S.
Yes, whose dad used to ride for my dad. I said, you know what? She loves that filly. She handles her well. They have a good rapport. I know she's new at riding. I said, but the right thing to do is give her a shot. And boy, am I glad I did. She had faith in this filly. She got off her, and she said, we're going to win first time out. And she didn't lie to me.
She is honest, Marjorie. I couldn't be happier for you. What a thrilling win here to cap off this Thursday.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, Marjorie, her patience certainly paid off here, Greg, getting the win with Sweetie, and just a big family affair here in the winner's circle.
Tremendous story with all those connections, and it just shows you in any horse race, never give up. She was dead last coming into the turn, this mare.
Yeah, fast pace, took the kickback, came running. And I said before the race, I'm not a big fan of inexperienced horses with inexperienced jockeys. And you get a 7-pound apprentice, Maddie Over, getting it done with Sweetie. And I think it's really amazing what Marjorie Crone just said. I rode for her dad when I was a 7-pound apprentice in 1981 at 16 years old. Here we are how many years later. Racetrack has got so many threads that weave their way through the fabrics of our lives.
What a moment. Great. First win as an owner. I'm sure first of many to come, but this one's going to be cherished forever. And this is Sweetie, who was right before this, just a couple of jumps before that, was absolutely dead last. This is the launch that this debut 5-year-old mare makes in the stretch.
Yeah, and listen, Maddie stayed in until coming off the elbow to turn, angled her out to the clear. You get a young horse out of that dirt thrown in their face, and they kind of, whoa, all right, they get a little energized. They catch that first group of horses, and now they're back with the herd. And here she comes, and listen, Shaman Princess ran great, set fast fractions, just got a little bit weak and got picked off late by a nice first-time starter, Sweetie. Good job by Gary Siaka. And I made the comment when she came on the track, she looked sharp walking on the racetrack.
$9,949 pick 5 with a result of Sweetie and Olympic Dreams. To some extent, there are Neho as well. And Glory Road winner pool. Very short odds-on price favorite winners, but a couple of these other races, you had very short price favorites getting beat as well, resulting in this big payout. That's why we love the pick 5. Going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Aqueduct card in the books. Stay with us. It is the largest and oldest thoroughbred rescue in the country, and TRF makes sure that no thoroughbred is left behind. We'll have their story when we come back.
Class and athleticism.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes.
They've been good sized, great walkers.
Strong, muscular bodies, looked like they would have speed and quickness and precocity.
They look like they'd be early enough, but they have the feel to me of a 2-turn horse.
Which is really what you want to see from a freshman stallion.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional time, and you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
We love TRF. We love what they do for our equine athletes. Now in 8 states, actually. 15 farms, over 400 horses in the herd. And they provide that promise of lifetime sanctuary to every single horse in their herd.
It's just fantastic. And I've been to Wallkill, and I've been to several of the other facilities, the one in South Carolina, and the work they're doing at TRF. But it needs support of all of us. Anybody that's derives their living from these horses or enjoys a day of sport watching these horses, it's our responsibility. It's incumbent upon us to support programs like this and make them the best they can possibly be. I'm actually cooking. Kim Weir has me cooking for people that bought dinner for 8. And I'm going to do the whole menu and cook for them, and they donated to TRF for that. In Saratoga, I actually have 2 dinners that I'm going to do that I am the chef de cuisine.
Oh, wow, that's a treat. If you follow Mig on Twitter, you see some of the great meals he's putting together.
We'll get Ernie and Eldon to come out and maybe film a little bit of it.
Can I sneak into this?
Absolutely. You know what? I need you. You'll be my sous chef. We'll get in.
Okay.
I
would love that.
It should be a good time. I'm going to try to put together a meal that I can cook in advance, like during the afternoon, so when people come, they can, and all seasonal, what's in season, obviously that time of year, Saratoga, tomatoes, corn, and I've got some menu ideas, and we'll serve some wine and we'll tell some lies.
Incredible. TRFinc.org, where you can go to contribute, make sure all these thoroughbreds have a safe and happy home after their race careers are over. Coming up tomorrow on the Friday card, Grade 3 Distaff Handicap, 7/8 of a mile. Some big names coming back, like Gerrymander. We're going to start with Rosa Veloce, though. She has won 4 of her last 5, including the correction on a wet track last time out.
Yeah, she got speed. She creates her own trip. She's good outside draw, 7/8. She's only run once at 7/8 distance. That was a long time ago. Didn't run particularly well that day. And I guess it just depends on who, if anybody, can put pressure on her early. Looks like she is most naturally the fastest of this group, though, and probably will be leading the way for as long as she goes.
She's on quite a streak, 7 for 13 at Aqueduct. 9-time winner overall, is really kind of coming to her own as she is advanced in age for Rob Atras. Meanwhile, this one you had mentioned earlier, good find by Joey. 5 in a row, Funny How, Ray Handel and Katie Davis aboard.
Yeah, Trevor McCarthy was riding her. Trevor was injured. Joel Rosario deputized once, and Katie picked up the mount. Works her a lot in the morning, has a lot of familiarity with her, with Ray Handel. And she ran extremely well this day in the Broadway to get her first stakes win, albeit against New York bred company, restricted company. Beat Betsy Blue, though, who has won open company stakes. And reportedly training extremely well. She's going to have to step her game up again. But anytime a horse wins 5 in a row, which Funny How has done, is, and loves Aqueduct, loves the 7 furlong distance, they can step it up. It's difficult to string together that many wins. And Funny How, think that scene from Goodfellas. Funny How, I'm here to amuse you. I am actually, though.
Got a great shot of that. I'll have to maybe share it with you tomorrow. Behind the scenes, them filming that. Incredible. Gerrymander coming back in that race as well. That's on tomorrow's card. We're back at 1 Eastern tomorrow on FS2. We will see you then. Anejo from off the pace at 8-1 in the feature on this Thursday card. Meanwhile, big day on Saturday on the Road to the Derby Hit Show. The Withers winner Can Brad Cox get another one of that first Saturday in May? Arctic Arrogance going to try and get there as well for trainer Linda Rice with an equipment change. We hope you join us. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 Eastern.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.